This program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the Grotto leader?
Don't remember his name.
You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
now these people are in very high positions, Jack.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 317. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khaled.
And today, we got a little bit of a doubleheader for y'all on this Thursday, April 2nd. I think there's a lot going on in the world. So we're gonna address current events head on, but also get to some questions from the Grotto of Truth Discord for installment 37. We'll be doing that on the back end of the show. Got some interesting ones today from the mists of 2022. Truly a different age in the annals of American Empire.
But I guess really a little under 4 years ago, I guess, because it's September 2022. But that's when we're starting. But
I thought we were about to break to 2023, but not
almost
quite yet.
Yeah, we're at the end of the year at least.
The rate of questions does start to trickle down once
people are like, oh, hey, it's taking forever. We'll eventually get to all of them.
So 2023, 24, 25 are probably, there might not be that many. I feel like anybody that really wanted to ask a question.
I still check the questions channel and I don't really see them too often, but I imagine that they'll start pouring in again once we do finish. Or catch up.
Right. And we'll have to do another call-in one of these days, I think.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Those are always fun. If anybody has a really burning question. But yeah, today I think we're gonna focus on where we're at in Operation Epstein's Fury.
Yes.
This is our third installment of talking about the war against Iran, and now we've just passed the 1 month mark, right?
Yes, 30 days.
30 days, and I have to say, we've been monitoring. I think we've been trying to play it vigilantly and not get too swung in any kind of direction. There's a lot of slop, a lot of disinfo, a lot of fog of war, that's been happening.
Yes.
That said, I think now, we have the clearest vantage point that we've had yet into what's really going on in this war, who's up, who's down, what are maybe the consequences going to be? Because I don't know, I didn't want to get too. I had a feeling early on, this is a very reckless, this is a bold move, and I don't think this isn't going to be Venezuela all over again, or the 12-day war. And I think that's kind of been borne out. Now I feel more confident to say, I think Orange Man fucked up.
I think he did. I think that's
standpoint of empire.
Yes, absolutely. I think that was relatively clear early on. I think the question is you certainly can see relatively speaking, strategically, the United States has lost, but it can this is such a powerful empire that it can sustain a strategic loss, arguably, which is but it's better than a strategic victory, right? And there are consequences for Iran, and the future is what is really in question, I think, still, because it's what does like, what does the path forward look like? What does like, the next couple of years look like, right? Because like, yeah, certainly you can hold out for like a while. Like what are future United States administrations going to do? What is Trump going to do in the like 2 years and 10 months he has left in his term, right? What he might his successor might win he might win in 2028, but also his successor might win, right? So we might see someone
you can't rule any of these things out. However, I do feel like right now, if he was going for the the FDR third term, like not exactly a very popular guy right now, I would say. And I feel like given what's coming down the pike, like in the next couple of months, like economically, on a global scale, like I can't see the midterms going going well for the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Not that the Democrats
are,
I was
kind of speaking in jest. I think it's a very distant possibility that Trump will try to overthrow the constitutional order in a reason way.
But even having a handpicked successor like J.D. Vance, like somebody whose hands are bloodied by being a part of the administration in this conflict, like if you're little Marco or you're J.D. right now, you've got to be a little bit nervous that you've just your chances of being president have been fucked. Depending, we've seen ghouls, involve themselves in American imperial conquests that go badly before and kind of miraculously bounce back. But I think this is bigger than just this has the potential to be much bigger than just a kind of a political embarrassment or something like that. This does have the potential to be a generational strategic defeat of the U.S. empire, a type of defeat that it really has not probably seen in decades. I mean, you could draw a comparison to Afghanistan and Iraq, but that was a little different, because that was a grinding, slow war of occupation that kind of over time failed to meet its grand objectives and ended up with us kind of more or less kind of slinking away.
It was a fairly decisive victory in which they were able to impose puppet regimes, and then it was kind of through the loss of political will in the United States and sort of our attempt to retreat that then led to those puppet governments to very quickly crumble. It was a little bit different.
But this is such a concentrated event. First of all, the things they were not able to do, trigger the actual overthrow of the Iranian government, that failed.
Which there seemed to be some imagination that was a possibility, which is a huge strategic blunder.
Oh yeah,
seems to have totally, and they continue to cope about it as well. I mean, I'm sure you watched Trump's address, which was just the most bizarre hallucinatory thing. Honestly, I thought that was more embarrassing than anything that was almost worse than we finally beat Medicare. That was really he's gone. He's slipped.
Dude
I don't
is
want
fried.
to sound like a lib here, focusing on Trump's mental faculties or whatever, but it needs to be said. In watching that, all I could think about was that Rene Guénon section on the Great Parody. I think earlier that day he even called himself the Antichrist. Right? Or he didn't call himself the Antichrist, but he said
he compared himself to Jesus. It's funny that he and Netanyahu both have said weird things about Jesus, compared strange things. Netanyahu had that comment a week or two ago where he said something about Jesus can't outlast Genghis Khan, and seemed to be comparing himself to Genghis Khan. And I don't know.
I think he was quoting someone,
right.
And he was kind of trying to say that this is the unfortunate reality,
right?
And so we must be strong, or evil will win, or whatever. Which in his world is good. Evil is good, and good is evil. But
in his view, the arc of history bends towards Genghis Khan. Towards being I don't know, genocide or something.
Right.
That's just how it goes. And you got to be realistic. And then, Trump says this thing about,
weird,
Palm Sunday. And he's they welcomed Jesus into Jerusalem. But now, they're welcoming me. And
it's
comparing
also
himself to
weird.
Jesus.
It's also kind of weird that like Netanyahu would say that too, because like for Netanyahu, like what is really the difference between Jesus Christ and Genghis Khan? Because wasn't Jesus Christ, in his view, just like a failed insurrectionist who like tried to take over like Judea and install himself as king?
Yeah, or
like
false
a failed
messiah.
false messiah.
A false messiah, yeah.
So like, but a messiah is like a temporal ruler, you know. So like he would have been like a conqueror, like if he had succeeded. So like it's sort of opposite. Like it's not really like he's kind of talking about how like, oh, you know, yeah, the arc of history kind of bends towards strength. Like it's based on like, you know, the win, like it's might makes right basically, and like he believes, you know, he's like morally right or whatever, or says he's morally right, whatever he believes. But you know, right needs might in order to like validate itself. So yeah, it's like a fairly cynical idea, but he like it's sick and yeah, but like he it's weird that he like, because you know it kind of seems like, why do you like believe that Jesus is like a moral exemplar? Like why is he like a counterpart against Khan? Because like that would be bad if he had prevailed in your view, right? It seems like you would think that it would be like just as, you know, almost on the same scale of like Genghis Khan conquering. But anyways, that aside,
the rhetoric's getting strange. But the speech was.
I mean, I guess they're both weird in different ways. Like I mean, Netanyahu is just like a bloodthirsty sicko, just like an evil man, as is Trump. But Trump is sort of different in a way where he seems like a hollow like husk, or like a homunculus, like indwelt by like Satan, whereas Netanyahu maybe is like the false prophet or something. They're like Gog and Magog. But he like what he said was that they called him a king. He was reading his like Easter. It was very sort of strange and very symbolic. Like he was first, like, you know, this is on Easter Sunday, right? He's reading his thing where he says, like, you know, this sort of the classic Trump thing where he's reading like the teleprompter and this like very flat affect and like mispronouncing words.
He's not riffing, so he doesn't care.
The exactly. There's you know, the emphasis is all wrong in the sentence and stuff like that. He's like, on Palm Sunday, Jesus entered Jerusalem as crowds welcomed him with praise, honoring him as a king. And then, you know, he like breaks away and starts improvising and says, like, they call me a king. Do you believe it?
Who is calling him king? Like,
I think he was referring to the No Kings.
I get. Oh, right. Yeah. Wow, he really got the libs on that one. I guess he couldn't resist.
Yeah,
but yeah, so that's strange interjection. But
it was unusual. It was almost involuntary, almost like a, you know, kind of a Freudian thing where he had to claim that he was the Antichrist. But
those little gin in his head in that like video are like hitting a button and being like riff, you know, just like when they're being like lie, like say some riff sociopathically.
That's literally true. That's literally what's going on with him. And then the next day, like April Fool's Day. Also like very symbolic. Like he gets up there and like gives this like totally like mindless like cant that's just like the same stuff he's been saying over the past 30 days. But in this kind of like dressed up manner where it's like, I'm addressing the nation. I'm like giving this grant, but like all he did was say like, he kept repeating like no one's ever seen before, as he always does. It was bizarre. It was oneric.
It was just a cope monologue that kind of rehashed his like Truth Social posts, which themselves are just like cope blatherings, and like, you know, a lot of people, he had given these kind of, I guess, April Fool's kind of indications that maybe he was gonna taco and just walk away. Right. But then he almost tacoed out of tacoing, you know, at the last minute, where he comes out and doesn't like really announce anything new. He just repeats a bunch of bullshit, like hype propaganda, but like still commits to like, we're going for the next, you know, 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to hit them harder than you've ever seen before, and blah, blah, blah. And I guess the one takeaway of it was we're going to bomb them back to the Stone Age, which they deserve.
Where they belong.
Yeah.
Depraved man. I mean, he like, I my sense of it, like the only way that I could like understand the motive for that was that like he imagined some people like hadn't heard it yet and hadn't been reached, and like he understood that like the war is like very politically unpopular.
Yeah.
So he thought like, oh, but people don't get it. People don't get that we like obliterated them a million times, and like everything that all their air force is gone, their navy is gone, etc. They don't understand. They haven't. My message hasn't reached them yet. So like if I give this big address, like more people will tune in and they'll finally get that like we actually have already won, but the war's still not over, and it's
very funny that if that was like his reaction to people telling him, a lot of like Democrats have been saying this of like, sir, you need to make your case to the American people about why we need to fight in this war. And then he's like, oh, okay, all right. And then this is like his case. It's just like, we've already won, but we need to keep fighting it. But we're totally going to win. Don't worry about the fact that I think right now in California we have very high gas prices, but I think it's up about like $1.30 or $1.40 right now where I live, and it's up all across the country. That's not even getting into like the other effects of closing down the Strait of Hormuz, like the lack of fertilizers, the lack of helium for AI data centers, the fact that AI data centers are being hit with hypersonic missiles right now because Iran is. They got that dog in them, and they understand. I think they're waging a systemic war against like imperial capital as well as like military installations. And as those things dry up around the world, this is going to cause like a cascading economic crisis. I think it's a kind of very clear, as much as they want to cope away, that this is like temporary and oil prices will drop as soon as it's like, even if he tacos right now, like that's not going to solve the Strait of Hormuz issue, right? Because Iran has asserted themselves over it.
Yeah.
Right?
He obviously believes, and like to an extent it's true, but not to the extent that he would like, that he can manipulate. I think the markets now, they like just realize that like, oh shit, like they stop falling for like his whole thing of like, oh, it's almost over. Like that worked a little bit for like the first, this first 30 days, but now it seems like it's not going to have any effect. But I think, he believes that he can still do it to some extent, or at least he has to try to like kind of manipulate the markets in this way by like pretending that it's all emphasizing how, there's actually no danger and like there, nothing bad is happening and we've just the most powerful military ever. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone is just saying like how powerful we are and how great we are. And
oil is up as a direct reaction to his speech since yesterday evening. It looks like oil is up around like 10%. It was around 100, and now WTI is at 111. Brent crude's at 109. Murban crude is at 113. So like that, it did kind of fuck up this like market manipulation thing he was doing by saying like, oh no, never mind. Like he's been saying all this shit about negotiating, which Iran flatly denies. I think he is just like manipulating the market, like, and playing games with, obviously it's not even to psy up the Iranians who know that he's not negotiating, like they know they're not negotiating with him, right? So it must be to psy up the world and the markets into thinking, because so much of this shit is automated now. Like you have bots trained on like, what does the president say? Oh, like conflict almost over. Like boom, 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 price down.
Yeah.
Like so you can only manipulate that shit so much though. Once you start lacking energy inputs for the economy, like this is going to impact like across massive sectors. Like we already saw it in 2022 when the Russia-Ukraine war started. Both had a spike in oil prices and a disruption of oil supplies, but also a lot of the grain shipments out of like Ukraine got disrupted, right? And I think Ukraine and Russia, and that eventually translated into, I don't know, a 12 or 13% rise in like grocery store prices in the United States, like in the span of months. And I think that never really went away, even when oil prices went back down. Like that stayed elevated. And then I think this time we would assume, they're starting to creep up again. Like, if diesel is like way higher than it was, think about all the industries that use diesel fuel, to like transport things and, run factories and blah, blah, blah. And the lower crop yields, like if you don't, if you don't get enough fertilizer, which I forget if it's like nitrogen based or something like that, but like a good chunk of it comes out of either comes out of, you know, the Persian Gulf, or like there's certain ingredients that like need, you know, to be taken out to like make the fertilizer or whatever. Either way, you're looking at like, you know, like, you know, maybe food shortages around the world and all these things. Like nothing, and America is not, and I'm sure Iran knows this, like America's not like in a very like sturdy economic condition, right?
Yeah.
Like we're kind of, I think, as I saw one author say, that like basically the booming stock market is basically like Microsoft, Oracle, and Nvidia like sitting on each other's shoulders wearing a trench coat at this point in a lot of ways, you know?
Yeah. And it's like, it's a huge bubble. Like there's really like not like, we're just constantly seeing like these amazing promises of these like great gains and great like, you know, products and great sort of benefits that are going to come from this AI stuff, and yet like it yields nothing. Like nothing actually has like been produced since like the earliest chatbots. Really, they've gotten better at like what they do. Certainly, like they can search the internet now, but like that's still, you know, it is what it is and only goes so far.
I mean, there's certain like, utilities, and like I think one could kind of separate the more modest, like, oh yeah, this will like allow like increased productivity in like certain sectors, allow you to automate certain kind of menial tasks and blah blah blah, versus what Silicon Valley has hyped it as, which is like it's like the unicorn shot that will save the entire economy, and you need to put like trillions of dollars into it because we're going to get AGI any day now, and then it's just going to totally, you won't even recognize the world. It's going to be so amazing.
Going to revolutionize the entire economy,
and like it'll become our god or something. Like all that shit is that's the bullshit. Yeah, that's the bullshit that I think is very prone to collapsing. And you know, you might still have like AI, but I think, you know, another thing is there's been a lot of like open source competitors that have kind of come out. You know, you have the Chinese model that like uses a fraction of the energy. I always forget, is it DeepSeek, I think? DeepSeek is the Chinese one.
I think it's reasonable to like, you know, I don't know if it's as big of a technological revolution as the internet, but like it's, you know, even if you compare it to that, like how has the internet really, how far has the internet really come since like the 90s? You know, it's still basically like the same. More people have adopted it. We have like kind of other technologies that support its use and its integration with daily life. But like, you know, it kind of like, it's not like it, you know, its capabilities. I guess you had like broadband and stuff like that. But like this basic capability, like kind of has, it hasn't like, you know, like dramatically increased, you know. I mean, same thing with a lot of technologies that you would think like would have like advanced like tremendously since
one of the biggest
their introduction.
Things that you definitely see like used in like that has military applications with drones, missiles, whatever, is like GPS, which was developed as a military technology in the 80s and then kind of rolled out to the public like in the early 90s. But that's still kind of like older technology, like, you know, it's from the 80s. And I mean, because smartphones would be maybe the biggest innovation in the sense of like people can carry around the internet with them now, as opposed to like sitting at a computer, and like, you know, makes the internet less of a place and more of like an overlay, a companion that you take around with you at all times. And then AI is just like an extra level of that intimacy of like integrating it into like every kind of, you know, human activity you could kind of think of as like an assistant, you know?
I mean, it's a bit different because it's not like a, you know, kind of a canvas or like a domain or a space. It's like a companion or like a surrogate for like human thought in a way. Like I'd say that the internet and like a phone, these are technologies that are kind of comparable to like a book, sort of. Like they're a book or a
information
scroll
technologies,
or a recording, exactly, things like that. Where AI is something, at least like, you know, the way it's been presented, it's something a little bit different. There's like an autonomous component to it, that is, or like, you know, a seemingly autonomous component to it that is a bit different, but I don't think like it hasn't shown the capacities or like the sort of promise or like the sort of productivity, the ability to like generate something that's like has like clear obvious value that is gonna like hold up an entire economy.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah, like the notion that it'll hold up the entire economy is very dubious.
It needs human oversight, and I can see like in some cases where like maybe it would eventually be able to like do like an email job on its own, like maybe. But at this point, I still feel like if I really like, it'd be hard for me to like trust it to do that. You know, like I wouldn't be like ready to sign off like anything that actually like had like money at stake. I would be very hesitant to like sign off and like fully automating it with AI.
For sure.
You know?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously, but of course, in this move fast and break things kind of, dynamic of like the economic bubble, you can't kind of admit anything is like negative about it. Like just it's epic. It's going to do the everything amazing thing ever, and people are in for a rude awakening.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt that there is like that's like an element of this like war that should like be appreciated, I think, and like totally kind of like of the entire like current like Trump doctrine of war is that I think AI is definitely playing a role in like their decision chains and things like this.
Right.
Like they are like consulting it. Like they I think have largely bought in. I believe that like Pete Hegseth, the lead military strategist, and like probably some of these boomers like who are actually like are in the military at like a high level, like the generals and stuff like that, they probably don't like really like question it, where like they do probably believe on some level the kind of hype around AI that like it's deeply intelligent and can analyze vast swaths of information and come up with like the ideal strategy.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to tell it like exactly to what extent, but I do think they're very bullish on it, and I think they probably thought that it was kind of like, oh, this is a secret weapon that we have kind of first access to, and who knows what kind of like top secret version. I forget if they're working with OpenAI or Anthropic or
presumably they're working with OpenAI now,
right? Because he turned around and attacked.
They had that whole big fallout,
which I kind of
because
feel
they refused to like let them develop. But who knows? Like, I'm sure like they're still using it in that way, like to some extent. Because,
and
like,
Palantir,
can't, like,
that kind of stuff.
Dime, but
I'm sure I think there's been a lot of like chatter that they and probably Israel. I think this goes back to October 7th too, like the Gaza genocide. They were using like I forget what it was called, like the gospel like AI like system for like targeting. Like they were using AI to like pick targets to bomb and airstrike, and I can see now.
Palantir was like all in on like I remember they had some like we defer to Israel on like the uses of like our technology. I remember them making a big statement of like solidarity, and like there was a huge boom in like the acquisition of that type of like AI military technology after October 7th, like and the market for it. Like Israel's like a big buyer.
But, I could see them leaning on it, especially if it's true what they've claimed that they've hit like 11,000 targets inside of Iran. It wouldn't shock me if like some of those, that's a lot of targets, and I mean a lot of their stuff is like underground, like they prepared for this, so it wouldn't shock me AI was like helping make these like targeting decisions.
I mean like I wouldn't be again like this is not to absolve like the responsibility of the United States for it at all. Like it is like their fault because like AI doesn't have any agency or intentionality and can't like have blame for something. And also like it is possible that they did do it on purpose, like as kind of a like for strategic reasons, but I also wouldn't be surprised if like that had something to do with the Manab school bombing. Like
it was such a bad, it almost feels so like such a dumb move. Like we know they're craven and they love killing children, like we know they're fine with killing children and stuff, but even then it's like that's your opening salvo is murdering like hundreds of little schoolgirls with with like a Patriot missile or a Tomahawk missile or whatever.
Tomahawk,
like like simultaneously when you're like doing the epic assassination of the Ayatollah and you want to get the maximum like benefit from that,
when
and
you could be in this
up
for like a long haul. Yeah, exactly right. You want the people to like rise up and support you, and that they're only killing the IRGC and only the regime. You had like like monarchists and such people like on Twitter and like just general supporters of it, like trying to muddy the waters and say that it was actually like the regime like shot a rocket and like whooped around.
We've heard that before.
Classic Israeli.
Yeah, remember the hospital strikes
narrative.
after October 7th?
Because as we all know, Israel would never bomb a hospital, so it must have been Hamas.
And as we know, these Oriental objects, they're not subjects. Couldn't make like, of course, if they build a rocket, it's gonna malfunction because they don't have epic technology like us Westerners. And like, which I think, LOL, if that was your assumption. It's not a very good one, given what we've seen flying out. But I mean, it's they're fucking depraved. But some of the things they've done are like so clumsy that you do wonder what the inputs are. And I mean, the other aspect of that, even like putting aside kind of AI total, but actually maybe involving AI, because AI is always like going off of like data sets from the past, right? Like the AI is just taking past knowledge and established wisdom and putting it in like a blender. And if you do that with if you input a bunch of like classic US military doctrine into an AI and ask it to reason from that, you could even see either AI or just like the leading generals themselves kind of fighting a war, like a 20th century war against a 21st century adversary, like going in it in a pretty like conventional way with a Cold War military designed to basically go up against the Soviet Union, and then also like kind of modified to go after like insurgent targets that don't have air defenses and thousands of drones and like all this, which going around the world kind of beating up on various groups and countries over the last like 25 years. That's what we've seen. But I do wonder kind of like strategically, like in their strategic assumptions, like all of these expensive weapon systems, all this shit, like it just doesn't, it looks like super outdated. And like,
I mean, it's crazy how the F-35, like, I mean, we kind of all knew that the F-35 was like a joke, but like it's been a while since like it was sort of a meme that the F-35 sucked.
Yeah.
And like we kind of like got anesthetized into thinking that like, oh, maybe it works now. Like that like kind of that narrative of how it's totally broken like sort of went away. And it's like, oh yeah, we have these cool planes now. They're epic. They're gonna do epic fury. And like they literally just like, I mean, according to the US military itself, just crash randomly for no reason, if you want to believe what they say.
There's been a lot of that. Well, there were the reports that an F-35 was damaged by surface-to-air missiles during an attack on Iran, and that was kind of brushed under the rug, not acknowledged by the U.S.
Right.
But there was a video that looked like like it deployed like flares and stuff.
I think they did acknowledge that it was like hit or like brought down, like the pilot was fine, right? They said something about it. CENTCOM, I think, did. They said that the pilot was safe or something. It had to make an emergency landing.
Yeah, it had to make an emergency in like Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it was damaged.
It was like paused to land.
Yeah, it looked like in the video it has countermeasures, so it releases like flares and chaff to like distract the missile so that it doesn't get a direct hit. But like it blew up like pretty close to the to the jet and probably like messed it up a little bit with like shrapnel. So then it had to pull out.
Right, but this is supposed to be a plane that you can, like, according to the sort of like hype about this plane, you're not supposed to even be able to like target this thing.
Yeah,
much less hit it.
Unhittable,
like, it's
unhittable
plane. To be like a stealth plane, basically.
Yeah. And what does it cost? Like $70 or $80 million? Like not even. I think those are the older planes. It's like more than that.
Exactly.
Like these are incredibly expensive planes. I think they just. I read that they just shipped some more, but like they didn't have like their full like radar module thing like attached to it, which basically makes the plane kind of like worthless. Like as a next gen stealth fighter, like if it needs to have this very like complex, expensive, like I actually don't know if it's like attached to the plane or if it's like in the area of operation. There's like a ground radar that helps like keep it safe, but like all of those are getting blown up by Iran. So like they're sending these planes there, but they can't even be fully operational, And so like we spent hundreds of maybe billions. I don't know, tens, hundreds of billions. Like, I don't know how much we spent on that fucking plane, but like, the taxpayers, but like, that's a wash now. That can be hit, not invincible. I think there was just reports before we went on air and a kind of longer video. It's unclear, but it looks like another U.S. jet, either an F-35 or maybe an F-16, a single engine U.S. jet was taking very heavy fire, like, and Iran has said that it was hit and crashed into the Persian Gulf. From the video, it's a little ambiguous. It looks like it was doing crazy maneuvers and launching tons of flares, so it was being heavily targeted. If it's an F-35, that's a major L, that it even is getting targeted. I guess we'll see, but I do wonder at this point the damage of U.S. like infrastructure, the troop numbers, all these. The people said from the beginning that Trump seems kind of happy or compelled to downplay all these things. I still wonder about the aircraft carrier with its little laundry fire that had, immediately had to like retreat and go back to Greece for repairs. It's like, was that really just like a fucking lint fire? Like, whether I don't know.
That like I even heard that it was like the soldiers got scared, they lit it on purpose. I think that might have been like not
like a low key mutiny.
But,
because I think was that the Gerald Ford that happened to? Yeah, the Gerald Ford. I think they're on their longest deployment in like since World War II. Like they've been extended multiple times, and those sailors have been stuck like on that deployment like way longer than they were like supposed to. Like Trump kept calling them back in to like, oh, now go here. Now I think they zipped over to Venezuela at the end of last year and got extended, and then Trump was like, no, go back to the Middle East now, and then they got extended again. And so these, like I forget how long they're supposed to go out, in like 6 months or something like that. But maybe they're like pushing a year now, like. So like none of these people have like gone home and like seen their families. They've been stuck on this fucking boat, and like now they're being told like we might have to go into like a region where you're gonna get like swarmed by fucking drones 24/7. I mean, Trump said some things in some of these press conferences that did sound like he was bragging about how invincible like the USS Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford are, but he's like, oh yeah, I was talking with the captain, and there were. He said there were drones from 17 different angles that were just like attacking them all at once. Yeah. And he said, of course, we shot down like 100% of those missiles. Like, yeah, unbelievable. They were so good. But it's kind of like, oh, damn, like they really swarmed them like 17 angles at once. And at like 1 a.m, or even if Iran didn't hit them, they could very well have a strategy of just swarming them with cheap drones until they run out of ammunition. And then like they don't need to blow up the aircraft. The aircraft carrier just has to retreat. Like if it runs out of ammo, it only has so much in terms of like defensive missiles, right? Like it's like tactically useless and vulnerable. Like if it runs out, so it has to, back off. Like, so it's little things like that where you're sending maybe a $10,000 drone against like $1 million anti-aircraft missile. Like that math, the missile math starts to like really add up, and it doesn't feel sustainable at all in like a military conflict. Like the amount that Iran spends on its military budget is like a pocket change compared to what the U.S. spends. And I think there's like a reputational damage whenever any like big empire makes a big move to use its like full military might, and it's a flop, right? Like this is a big I think we brought up before, like, a lot of people have compared maybe this a little bit to like the Suez Crisis. Only like what the British were back then is now like what the U.S., where the U.S. is kind of in terms of, flexing like their navy and like going to war against Nasser in Egypt to like, open up the Red Sea. And in that case, it was the U.S. government that like didn't want that conflict at the time, that kind of like, pulled the credit of Britain, and we're like, we're not going to keep funding you. Like, if you keep engaging in this, like cut it out. And then that kind of, like cucked the British Empire, or what was left of it, and kind of made it clear that the U.S. was like the big dog in terms of like the Western security alliance now, and they were calling the shots. And Britain, even though Britain was like doing all right militarily and like, blowing up, Egyptian military targets, like they couldn't sustain that kind of conflict without like their big brother or their little brother America like bankrolling them and things like that. So like that, and that was a moment that like broke the prestige of like the British Navy kind of once and for all. Like, it was already kind of waning, but it became clear that like if the British Navy like threatens you, like they, not the you don't have to take it that seriously. And I think with a lot of these really expensive weapon systems, like they were never more valuable than when they were just kind of like sitting on the shelf as a hypothetical threat.
Exactly.
You could never, blah, 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 go up against an F-35. But
it's like almost like, because like we're not like using them. Exactly. So they're like, you can just have this like, inventing more and more like crazy ways to like destroy the imaginary enemy.
Wunderwaffen, right?
They are literally Wunderwaffen. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly what they are. Yeah.
Yeah. And once you use the Wunderwaffen and it doesn't work, then the value, the actual value of that F-35, I don't care how many billions of dollars it took to make, starts to plummet towards zero.
It's like it's just like a subsidy for the American defense industry too. It's just like, keep building. Like we can't, like no plane is ever going to be good enough, no matter how like advanced. It always has to be something added, some like new module for like this type of thing.
Right. I'm starting to really feel like the spiritual nature of this war just really hitting, of like all the problems that America is having can tie back to the kind of, they're all interconnected, like you can look at it. I mean, this isn't like, it's not exclusively this, but like the military industrial complex, like it is a kind of like federal welfare program for certain corporations and, even certain compromised labor unions, what's left of them, and certain congressional districts, right? They spread it out so that everyone votes for it because it's a jobs program. But like the idea of like so much of our military technology and, this big, Pentagon Leviathan is like a result of grift and like a result of like companies scamming the government who then use taxpayer dollars to pad the pockets of these people. And then, generals retire and go on the boards of these, General Atomics or whatever. And it's like this like big circle jerk of like fraud and grift that like actually doesn't, as long as the illusion of, U.S. invincibility is maintained, as long as the PR show, the marketing is done, like whether this shit actually works in, like military conflicts, becomes kind of secondary until you actually go and use it. And now it's all fucking up. So it's like, we're so, the chickens are coming home to roost in a lot of ways. Right. And just like the unseriousness of like the US president, like making statements to like play the stock market, like up and down and just like manipulate. It's so unserious. We're such an unserious country. And Iran, through their incredibly disciplined and like innovative responses, like proving this on so many fronts right now, and also just showing how fragile it all is. Like this is built on like a mountain of lies, but the lies are also made of sand. And like the minute you start attacking the Gulf states, the corrupt Gulf states and all this shit and their infrastructure, and like all the influencers flee, the money, as one of the amazing the Lego videos, which I confess I'm a fan of, despite being partially made with AI. Like, they do like the little montage of like the different targets they've hit. And then there's like little Lego ghosts, like little jinn flying out of Dubai. And it's like UAE capital flight or something like, it's
there
basically
is something like oddly endearing about like the Iranian version of AI slop for some reason.
I don't know why. Like, I think it's because it has a very clear narrative and like, it's not slop in the sense of, it's funny, you think, Americans should be able to make things that are like partially use AI, but aren't just like completely slopified. But like, I guess we're not, like, because we don't have a story to tell that is like burns with truth and like righteousness and at all. It's all just stupid.
That's part of it. It also like comes off like slightly parodic in a way, like the fact
they're kind of making fun of us.
Like, exactly. Yeah. It comes off as like a parody of American AI slop just because like we pioneered that and like just inundated the entire world with it such an extent and like it forced it on all of humanity.
It's funny to think that some like group in like Tehran is like burning all of these like I don't know, Anthropic or whatever tokens, like, and basically burning up like energy and costs like for these American AI companies to make things like mocking America and like like in a war kind of thing. Because you think every video they make, I mean, it's a drop in the bucket, but like that it's more compute, that they have to spend on. But yeah, there's something.
I was gonna say before that the insidious thing about AI, I think, is that like if you don't have like a epistemological firewall up against it, if you don't have like your guard up, then like because like that's basically what it's designed to do, like a chatbot, which is basically what most of this stuff is. Like we were talking about this before, like back in our very first episode about this, but it was on the Patreon stream where like Pete Hexus said a while ago, like I want AI to be integrated into every warfighter's daily battle rhythm.
Yeah.
I want like he like rolled out that website that was like AI.mil or something, or like military.ai, so like whatever. Like he like this like official military AI website where every day as part of your battle rhythm, like use the chatbot. Like why? Like what for what? Like for my push-ups? Like it's gonna tell me how many push-ups to do. But that's like the thing. Like if you are in a position where you're trying to make a difficult decision, which like certainly these people feel in some way, even if they have no consciences, they care about how others perceive them. Like Hegseth wants to be seen as like the ultimate badass. Trump wants to be seen as like this great, wise, like epic American who like crushed all the previous presidents, and established himself as the the greatest ruler of all time. Like no one's ever seen before, right? So they care about like how they're perceived. They care about their success. And so if you're making like a very like high level decision, with significant consequences, and you let the was of this thing get to you, and you're like, well, I'll just ask the AI. I'll just like see what the AI thinks of what I'm about to do. It will like one shot you with like a very very like persuasive sounding, very cogent, very cogent. Sorry, I know something. I got distracted. Like a narrative and like an idea, it's like presented in a way that like seems superficially to be, like airtight, and if you're uncertain, if you're unsure of yourself, it's very easy to be influenced by that. But really, it's actually like pretty much random. Or just based on aggregating a bunch of like nonsense, of what were you talking about? Like old war strategy documents from who knows where that is in this training data, movies, like anything like that, could be getting like swept up into this thing, and again, I'm not trying to like make the government seem like less craven or that they would be like good or noble if they weren't relying on this thing. It is a symptom of how craven and bankrupt and venal they are.
It shows just how depraved they are.
Exactly. It is a representative of that.
And they're not getting, I think that's a really good point. Like if they're only guided by their own egos, that is kind of what you get out of like using AI, is like sycophancy and getting one-shotted and like entering a kind of delusional like state of like a feedback loop of validation that you're epic and like you're right. And if you don't have any epistemic guardrails or any other deeper convictions or code like to live by, there's no guardrails. And
if you're like a fundamentally cowardly person who lacks confidence, which like a lot of these people probably are, because they're not really qualified to be. I mean, it's kind of like the white supremacist Richard Spencer said about Kamala Harris, justifying his vote for her. She's a more competent manager of the empire, right? Like really, like these people are kind of like people from TV, or like J.D. Vance, who's like what he like wrote personal essays in law school and like hillbilly elegy, and then like now he has like some say in like American national security policy. Like even if you're talking about it from like a realpolitik like imperial management perspective, like these people aren't really qualified. Like honestly, like Hillary is a killer. I think like she would probably have like, that's what really the Democratic critique of the Republicans, quote unquote critique, comes down to, is like process. Like you're not doing it right. Like you're not destroying. You're not being evil in the correct way.
They're being dumb. They're being dumb and evil, not smart and evil.
But that's not necessarily false. And I think that leads to, like, they know that on some level, and that leads to insecurity. And they also don't have, like, the confidence to be like, if, the super smart computer says, like, do this, then how, like, I don't have, like, the confidence in my own ideas from their perspective. They don't have the confidence in their ideas to refuse it, right? And, or to like, challenge it and think like, oh, that doesn't sound right, because it does to them. Because it's like, seems like it's the kind of thing where like you have Elon saying that the AI is smarter than any PhD in any subject, no matter what, which like definitely is not. But Gronk is.
You could see how that could be catnip to these people that are sort of anti-establishment, like anti-elite institution kind of a rabble rouser types that are like in the Trump administration, that because they kind of have, that's a big part of their political identity, is like rejecting the kind of like, oh, well, you just because you're a Harvard professor, you think you're smart, or, you know, because you're on the Council of Foreign Relations, these government experts with their degrees think they're smart,
woke
stupid.
wars.
Yeah, it's all woke and done, like all higher education woke, stupid, like don't. And so, but that leaves like a vacuum of like, you know, it's funny how like bloodthirsty Republicans in previous decades, like still kind of like they had their own, maybe their own channels and think tanks and stuff, but they still respected like a serious like neocon scholar who's at the University of Chicago, you know, or something like that. Whereas today they've rejected all that, and then here come the nerds from Silicon Valley being like, yeah, you don't need any of these so-called experts.
Go fast and break things. Yeah, it's like it's. I mean,
here's a computer that'll do that and be fascist.
It goes back to our Foundations of the American Century, our recent episode, just generally, you know, talking about like the kind of Cold War, like national security complex, because like people like Hillary Clinton, people like Obama, right? Also like Aspire Ed, you can see it in that episode too. Like they are like, really, we're talking about like kind of an apprenticeship system, you know, where you have like literally these people often are like the advisors or like the direct mentors in like a chain of like how to run the American empire. And like they are evil as well. You know, I'm not like saying that they are, the only thing that they are different from these Republicans, that is true, they are more competent. Like they like are trained like directly by the people who they're inheriting in this kind of system of imperial management. Whereas like you're right, there's been a rejection of that like as like woke conventional wisdom. Yeah. And you know, which is
that's a recurring theme throughout a lot of like 20th century American history. Like we brought it up in the Lindbergh episode. I talked about it in the last run of Demon Forces with the Wilsonian idealist that like supported Tito, and then, you know, could be seen by the John Birchers is like, these guys are all communists, but it's like, no, like they're playing a chess match. Like they're not like in their, it's not so much that like they're siding with like the communists or something, but they have a much more subtle, like delicate, careful way of like extending American influence, undermining America's like adversaries, and like extending global capitalism and blah blah blah. And then you always have like the sort of the rabble rousing opposition of like the real like America first. I mean, it's literally like it's crazy once we started reading about America first, and then just going back and being like, oh yeah, they literally say it every 5 seconds now. Like this is, and this was basically a Nazi intelligence front / like a bunch of anti-New Deal, like kind of Hitler curious,
it's interesting,
you know, industrialists.
Actually, like we were talking about this in the context of World War II. Like, I mean, one thing, like it sort of a meta like example of this is like kind of the shift. Like now we kind of have this stereotype of like the cowardly French, like the French, like they're like cowardly and weak and like losers, and they
cheese eating surrender monkeys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they love surrendering, which like really is like kind of, it's a huge shift from the original American idea of the French, which was like, you know, the ultimate exemplars, like the greatest war fighters.
They
like,
are gallant,
you know,
and like,
all
you
of
know,
our founding fathers like spoke French.
Oh, they loved
like
France.
You know, like like France was like the ideal. Like we wanted to be like France. But at some point there was a shift where like now, like we kind of adopted the Nazi perception of France, or at least maybe Petain's spin on France. I don't know. Like you actually can see this in the break between Alexei Carrel and Lindbergh in some ways, like where, you know, they're like, we kind of, we adopted that, and it's like now, like, no, we're all about like the sort of German cultural and military doctrine.
Oh yeah, the Prussian factor.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking too about like I don't know, kind of a offhanded comment I made, and maybe the Lindbergh part too, about how it almost feels like today, like the elites like gradually like socially and economically engineered America throughout the 20th century, so that eventually, like the entire period of kind of the New Deal, it almost feels today like we jumped from the 1930s to the 1990s, and like there was no like New Deal like era, like maybe not so much in terms of foreign policy, but in terms of like our domestic policy and like our self-conception of ourselves. Like we just went, you know, like that little interruption, that hiccup, which I think even when we were growing up felt like, oh, that's what America is, even though it was the New Deal was being chipped away and whatever, and it was the neoliberal era, there were still like certain pillars of like the New Deal thing that like were like, inviolable, right? Like it's like, oh, you're never going to get rid of like Social Security. You're never going to even
Trump
Medicare
was just
or whatever.
saying that we shouldn't be doing Medicare. The point of the government is military protection.
Oh yeah, he's going to switch to like a war economy. I've heard that, or he's toying with that idea.
He said literally like we can't have this stuff like Medicaid, Medicare. The point of the government is to fight wars. That was like literally what he said. It's insane.
And so I feel like maybe because of like the unipolar moment, like inevitably the sort of like John Bircher cowboy like chauvinist imperialists, the more reckless ones, were bound to like get their hands on the wheel a little more because it's like who else is going to challenge us on the world stage? Like we kind of do whatever we want. I think that was partly why the neocon kind of drive like the Bush administration. Why they went so hard, and maybe caused 9/11 itself, so that they could run around the world and just like, as Carl said, become the actors of history. And then, of course, I think, you saw some negative like externalities from that. And then I think you had the smart, serious Wilsonians come back in under Obama and like pivot back to like technologically enhanced special war, and only doing what we could like get away with, and like not exposing ourselves to being like embarrassed, but like using a lot of soft power, special forces, drone warfare, surveillance, things like that, which, was not that achieved some results, even though Republicans would cry about it. We destroyed Libya. We eventually participated in like the kind of destruction of Syria in its pre-existing form, and ratcheted up like massively like tensions with Russia. But now the crackhead kind of John Bircher, like we can do whatever we want, seems to have the Wilsonians kind of ran out of juice and like their own hypocrisy. Like they've kind of discredited their own whatever, all the shit they used to talk about, their responsibility to protect and stuff like that. Like I do think the Gaza genocide like took a lot of wind out of their sails and soured a lot of people on like, well, these people are smart and they have better morals than like, these Trumpers or whatever. Like it just felt like, oh, everyone's like disgusting and like evil, whatever. And then Trump gets in, and in fact, like they're throwing all remaining restraints like to the wind, and committing America to being like a thug state that goes around the world assassinating everybody. But I do wonder if they've massively miscalculated in in this latest attack. Let me see here.
Yeah.
I would like to read. I found a new blogger that I think he was cited on Naked Capitalism, which has had pretty good coverage of this conflict. But I was enjoying the articles by this fellow named Indrajit Samarajiva, who I guess is a Sri Lankan-based blogger who partially grew up in Canada, but has been like blogging on indie.ca. And he had a couple articles I wanted to read a couple from because like he's got some interesting takes on like what this might mean for the world going forward, especially like Trump. In his view, like the U.S. has already like basically met like strategic failure in this conflict, and there's going to be a lot of ramifications from that, and hard to predict. But I wanted to read this one. And then there's an article about the Lego ones that I think is actually pretty good too. But this first one, this is like a thing he harps on a lot in his articles. It's called "How Iran is Changing the Subject of History." Let me see if I can bring it up actually on the web browser for y'all, so you can see it. Let's see. Yes, here we go. Here we go. All right. So yeah, we have. How Iran is changing the subject of history. I'll read a little bit from the top and then skip down. But he writes, history is written by the victors, and as the white empire, that's what he calls like the U.S. empire and its its colonial vassal states. As the white empire loses to the resistance, they're being written out unwittingly. The subject of history is changing as greater nations object, and the empire is responding with absurd verbiage to cover their tracks. America thus says they're losing to Dryerland or friendly fire or geography, anything but admitting that Iran is a historical actor, acting upon them with superior violence. The white empire are sore losers. Just listen to Donald Trump say, "We shot down 3 planes with our missiles. They happen to be our planes." This is somehow less humiliating than admitting that Iranians are people who can do things. But to hear the truth, listen to Iranian spokesman Ibrahim Zolfagari, like God protect him, say, "We speak to you in the language of power," or even more bluntly in English, "Trump, you're fired." You're familiar with this sentence. I love this guy. This war of language has been ongoing. Look at the New York Times or Guardian they're torturing language to exclude Palestinians and exclude Israelis, using the passive voice to hide active violence, explosions cripple ship carrying aid to Gaza, or running headlines without subjects like Gaza hospitals losing ground on starvation, natural event, or Palestinian Red Crescent details medic's account of 15 colleagues' slaughter. Who did it? All because Israel must not be named and Palestinians must not be human. Make no mistake, Trump just says out loud what the posh media buries quietly. There is propaganda for the educated and propaganda for less educated, but it's just different brands issued by the same machine. There is no point correcting these people or appealing to the imperial citizenry. They have no control over their government, and this merely reinforces their imperiousness. The idea that they should be judging other countries at all and not minding their business like normal countries. As Samuel Huntington said, the West won the world not by the superiority of its ideas or values or religion, but rather by its superiority in applying organized violence. Westerners often forget this fact. Non-Westerners never do. So the resistance is teaching them in the only language they actually understand: superior, better organized violence. Case in point, Iran. So he talks about what he calls the USS Gerald Fart, that probably, very well could have been attacked. But of course they say, it was a lint fire, where did the damage come from? Dryers, toilets, beds. They can only describe inanimate objects because they cannot admit that the subject of history changed and it ain't them. That all of this damage didn't just happen, that Iran did this to them. The white empire cannot admit Iranians as subject of an independent sentence and not subjects of them. Instead, the Pentagon says insufficient data are available at this time to determine the Ford class's operational effectiveness, as if we didn't just see the USS Fart face real operations and flee with 600 beds burning and toilets overflowing. No, they have to test what just happened in a white lab because they cannot comprehend brown people besting them. It must be the laundry and not Iran taking them apart with superior weaponry. You see this again and again, the excuses in the face of obvious defeat. The empire cannot admit they're losing in the field to men, though it happens again and again. They must be losing to the field against inanimate objects. So then the Slinkin Lincoln, why is it 1,000 kilometers away from the battlefield? Just sightseeing. Trump describes them getting fired on so hard they had to flee as some kind of victory. Here he seems to be confusing Patriot missiles, a land-based system, with whatever the Navy is using, and then saying they have a 100% interception rate on hundreds of incoming. Okay, then why are you going? Even though Trump acknowledges that Iran exists and even grudges them some competence, he still makes the U.S. military the subject. Iran must be impotent and the empire omnipotent. They fired, sure, but we shot everything down and didn't feel a thing. Cool as a cucumber, he said. Okay, then what explains the pickle you're in? As our man Ibrahim, Lord preserve him, I can't do Abu Obeida again. Yes, exactly. Said about the same and more incidents. Last night, the U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was targeted by the IRGC Navy and has been rendered inoperable, now heading back to its point of origin. An enemy that announces its soldiers' deaths as mild traumatic brain injuries would naturally also dismiss the chaos aboard the Gerald Ford, the fire on board, and casualties from friendly fire, and now, with the same excuse, labels the destruction of its KC-135 tanker as a technical malfunction. Your technical malfunctions, mild brain injuries, and friendly fire incidents have been piling up. Who do you believe? The guy claiming land-based missiles on a ship that are 100% perfect, or the guy calling obvious bullshit with receipts? Never mind who, what do you believe? Ebrahim said the Lincoln was heading back to its point of origin, and where is it? Slinking away to the Arabian Sea. You don't have to sink an aircraft carrier, just slink it, as Iran did. But empire cannot formulate that basic sentence and so remain ignorant. Now, this part is good. This is where it gets the subjective history turning. White empire understands the power of language. It's really the last fig leaf. In 2002, Karl Rove said, "We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, judiciously, as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be left to just study what we do." And for a long time, this was true. They really did create a reality where democracy was something they fit into bombs, where freedom was their private property, and where genocide rights were given to Jews in perpetuity. Die in one, get one free.
Yeah.
This war on words worked because their actual wars created reality. They didn't necessarily win, but they could make other people lose and profit from the ruins. That's that anarcho-colonialism, right? Mm-hmm. Or negative imperialism. But now what? They've lost strategically to Iran, which means living in someone else's reality. If you act and create reality, then you can paper whatever words you want on top. That's just dressing. But if you cannot act, if someone else creates reality, then what are you doing? Then the empire has no clothes, as more and more people are noticing. As Ebrahim also said, today, the initiative is in the hands of the nation and the fighters who have challenged the fake power of the world's greatest power, America, and exposed it to the public. The resistance is rewriting history, and the first thing to change is the subject. For decades, America has been the subject of history, and everyone that objected were objects. But first Russia, then Palestine, then Yemen, then Lebanon, and now Iran have violently interjected, and white empires simply cannot intercept them. These nations have insisted on being the subjects of their own history and not of white empire, and they're winning. And who writes the history? The victors. It's taking a while to play out in the news, but the history writes itself. I can feel this playing out in my own writing. If you look back, it certainly looks like America was living rent-free in my head, but I find myself thinking of them less and less, and Israel even less. I use a Huawei phone. I get my news from the resistance. I live in Sri Lanka. Inside my own mind, the white empire is falling, and to all of us a new day is calling, when we can be the subjects of our own sentences, and not their subjects under a life sentence. As the late great Nasrallah said, experience has shown us that red blood is capable of obliterating red lines, and if the nation chooses to follow this path of resistance, Israel and America will find that they are incapable of changing anything in the equation. The Islamic resistance refuses to be the subjects of white empire and have changed the subject completely. They are declaring themselves subjects of history, and all the empire can do is blame inanimate objects and verb violently. Yeah, I thought that very true. The idea of, I think that gets into like a very deep thing about, like we're the subjects, like Iran. If you turn on Fox News, it is like this. So they're not even like people, like it's not even beyond a dehumanizing thing. Like they're literally just like not subjects. Like they're like this thing that's out there that like that we are like hunting down, but they don't have any like interiority, they don't have any like humanity. They're just like whatever we say they are, and we're gonna like kill them. But like they're undermining that on a daily basis. Like those words end up ringing incredibly hollow, like because the level of cheerleading they're doing in like the Fox sort of corner of the woods is like really delusional, I think, at this point. Like they're literally every day like, oh, they're 90% of missiles destroyed. Like it's like any minute they're gonna they
do seem to be like very manifestly like flailing. That like definitely comes through. It's like this is not like Vance said addressed the other day, like it's not confidence inspiring. It just sounds like someone who is literally
desperate.
Coping. Desperate, exactly. Like who's like trying to convince you of something, like overselling it.
Like Doth protesting a little too much about just how epic like our airstrikes are. Now the other thing, an area some people might think this is like not the most important thing compared to military operations, but I do think the info war is always like it's a part of war, right? And I think now more than ever, like psyops, mind war. I think I dare say maybe old General Vallely, who co-wrote Mind War with Michael Aquino and was on the board of Turning Point USA. I wonder if he's chipped in his 2 cents and like encouraged the Trump administration to go full mind war and like in partially like killing the Ayatollah, like hitting them with these strikes right off the bat, is supposed to just stun them into like, oh, okay, we'll surrender, because I think Aquino said the central, principle of mind war is like convincing the enemy in a war, in like an upcoming potential war, that you will win that war no matter what they do. And in a way is kind of inventing your own reality, right? And like getting, of course, in Aquino's like twisted, weird, like pacifist kind of vision, this is a way to like prevent bloodshed, right? It's just by psyoping, like a full spectrum psyop of your enemy into convincing them there's just no point in like fighting the United States. Like you will be obliterated, you will fail, like nothing good will come of it, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly, yeah.
And that did work for a while. And even for people that like resisted it, like they did get killed and in a way. So it did kind of, like Gaddafi, for example, Gaddafi or Assad, there are people that did resist, but like they got eventually one way or another, which then teaches a lesson to the world that if you stand up against America, like they're going to get you one way or another. But now, those words of Nasrallah of like invoking, like if people decide, red blood can like erase red lines, if you have people that are willing to die rather than like bow down to you, and they've spent 2 decades like meticulously studying your military and finding asymmetrical, like doable ways of like countering it and undermining it and shit, but really the important thing is like that kind of appeal to martyrdom and like, no, we're in the right, and they couldn't have picked a worse country to attack that has a legacy of martyrdom in their culture.
Yes. I mean,
like to put it mildly,
for that like the I am hopeful for that the like kind of like moral high ground or like the strong like moral grounding of Iran like will come through. I mean, there's like a lot of black propaganda about Iran, and as I said before, like it's not that like everything that the Islamic Revolutionary Government has done has been good. Like it's not like they haven't. I mean, every government in the history of the world, has like done. There's never been a government that like is truly good in the or truly like a pure or like perfectly good, right? Because like to govern like inherently, I mean, we were just talking about like the Rashidun themselves, right? Like all these people, make mistakes.
But in moments like this, like especially, it's like like they're the ones standing up like for the entire world right now, basically.
And I believe that it will like have an effect, or I think that it can't not have an effect, So and it's
they so
it's
clearly,
true,
I think, have from just a perspective of like being a country that wants to have like its sovereignty respected by like bigger powers and whatever. They so clearly have like the moral high ground on this specific issue of like this war. That it really, like the U.S. is kind of reaching, especially because they didn't even bother to do their
well, it's
classical.
Not just a matter of like I feel like it's not even just a matter of like national sovereignty. I mean, like there are certain things like being betrayed, across the negotiating table, things like that. But it's obvious that like the United States is bloodthirsty and like desires to kill and like to like to steal.
Well, that's what I mean. Like anybody
evil.
That you don't have to agree 100% with like the Islamic government of Iran, but like the fact that they're standing up against for their sovereignty against this bloodthirsty, like increasingly insane empire. It's like, how could the vast majority of the world like not side with the aggressed upon party?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see it's odd that like you even saw like people, like kind of like questioning the strategic like wisdom of Hamas or like the strategic shrewdness of Hamas, because you do kind of see how like October 7th like did
it kicked a domino
at great
down.
Cost, it did yield like you do see like the world's opinion. I mean, look at like how people in the United States like perceive Israel now. That's a huge sea change, massive. Like you never had a majority of Americans like sympathizing more with Palestinians than with Israelis since like the
creation
40s,
of Israel.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's never happened in
So,
the history of modern
never.
polling, and now,
Yeah.
like in both parties too. There's even
Yes.
like on the right and the left, like there are factions that are growing. And just to be like, I stand with Israel no matter what, like doesn't.
And that's very, very significant because it really is like the core issue of like an Islamic revolutionary politics, like, or an Islamic politics period. It is the issue that all these like corrupt governments that you alluded to, like the Saudis and the UAE, like basically their existence and their rule is based on like suppressing like a allegiance to Palestine, like a Muslim commitment to liberating Palestine.
Right.
Like that is like the sine qua non of their entire governments. That's why they all hate the Muslim Brotherhood so much. Like that's why they
hate
I mean,
Iran
with the possible
because
exception of Qatar, which like is sort of this like, but I mean it's not really this they're not exempted from this really either. Like they're it's a bit more nuanced, but they're still ultimately in the same category. It's exactly, and they also hate Iran. But Iran, like despite like the sort of a sectarian dimension to this, which is always sort of brought up, like their allegiance to Palestine has been like much stronger than these other governments, and you like definitely see that being borne out in a very clear way. But
they stuck to their guns, and they've been consistent. They continue to be consistent about saying like what they'll attack if something of theirs is attacked. Like they have a logic that is like legible about like, well, you're hosting like Kuwait, you're hosting U.S. military bases from which they are attacking us. So you're not uninvolved in this conflict. Like, even though you pretend to be, like, sorry, like, you're just not, and everybody knows it. And, like, they're calling out the bullshit of, like, a lot of these countries, which I guess, I maybe the Trump administration really didn't think that Iran was going to play that card. But, like, they definitely they're playing it to great effect right now. Like, and they've fallen into a very sticky situation. I did want to just talk briefly. Maybe this kind of involves the moral dimension, but also like the Psy War of this other article on this blog about the Lego videos and kind of like what they represent. And I think this is very aptly called the Meme Wars: Legos versus Egos. So yeah, this is a good breakdown. If anybody hasn't seen, he says at one point, it's like these videos are so postmodern in that they seem to be everywhere, and yet they're very hard to find. Like they pop up on my like X feed all the time, but like if I actually go and try to find like an official like YouTube channel where they all are, it's like kind of hard sometimes, but anyways, So yeah, I encourage people to go like watch them because they are, SJ is not known for saying anything nice about quote unquote AI slop, but I do think there's something different going on here with Iran's use. Right. So Iran's propaganda game is much better than America's because they're not playing. Iran has actual accomplishments to name and hideous atrocities to blame, whereas America has nothing factual to say and hides its dead in shame. These people are not the same. Lego supremacy. It's a battle of Legos versus egos, and mashallah, the Legos are winning. Legos are made out of petroleum, and Iran is taking control of that flow. And Lego videos are made from AI, and they've proven masters of that also. Iran is fighting a popular war of self-defense, and the state doesn't make these videos themselves. They're made by explosive media. They introduce themselves saying, "Hi, we are that same independent Iranian AI production team, the grassroots creators behind the Lego animations breaking the media silence. We are the voice of our people. Get ready for more." So then, we have the latest video at this time was Come Closer and Loser. This is kind of great. Their latest video as of this publication is this one called Come Closer, No More. I think, let me see if I can play the... You can see the self-referential quality of these. Trump, oil prices are going up. Karg Island, he wants to attack. Little Lego man, yeah.
Sir, Iranians have released a new Lego-style animation.
A lot of them incorporate like music, which is, you know, custom-made music. A lot of, you know, joking humiliation of U.S. Military people. Shahed 136 drones. 4 loser. They're calling him a loser now. Yeah, this was not confirmed, but they did. Iran said they sunk 3 of these like personnel carriers. Yeah, they did blow that up. Coffins. Trump is terrified. They're blowing up a Kuwaiti hotel that U.S. forces are staying in. Trump is seething even more. The coffin that says "Hello, loser" appears before him. He's yeah. Come closer. So yeah, that's just one example from explosive media that, you know, is pretty good. So these videos are increasingly self-referential. Trump's burnt hand from a previous episode, the LOSCR song, and also a historically relevant, Americans Really Are Deceased. This Lego video wryly covers what the IRGC more dryly reports in its communiques as Wave 84. You know, he says it does. It kind of like recaps all the hits they achieved. As you can see, this wave was dedicated to artists and celebrities, but I doubt that the Iranian government is dictating meme production directly. They have a decentralized mosaic defense strategy in war, and this would make sense in information warfare as well. Iran does produce state propaganda, see the Iranian embassies like South Africa and Zimbabwe, and people like martyr Ali Larijani, you know, RIP to a real one, and Speaker Ghalibaf are excellent shit posters. They really are. They were great shit posters. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about decentralized meme defense. Yeah, there's another great video. This is the LOSCR rap song. Kind of a real hyphy beat, I have to say. Even though if it's AI generated, I find it catchy. These Lego videos are popular media for a popular war. The independent explosive media team is taking conventional propaganda, press releases, and statements and using it for unconventional information warfare. Then, in a way a child could understand, they capture complex events buried in the fog of war. The Come Closer video captures, quite simply, what the white media spills a lot of words over and what the white empire would spill blood for. That any landing on Karg Island is suicidal when you can't even hold the land you had before. The Lego videos clearly show that American troops are suckers and losers, as their commander-in-chief has said before. The propaganda writes itself, but at the same time, it doesn't write itself. Even using AI, this takes real skill, and Iranians have proved themselves masters of modern information warfare. They have the truth on their side, certainly, but truth is the first casualty of war unless you defend it well. Yeah, he says, I'm not sure how you can avoid these Lego videos, but you can follow Explosive Media on Twitter and Telegram. He puts a bunch here. One important point is while these videos speak imperial meme, they are native Iranian. The short trilogy here, for example, references the regime change riots within Iran, clearly for an internal audience. Yeah, I think this is the one that shows like the evil, like Mossad, like terrorists, like let me see if I can. Oh yeah, the red flag of revenge is no time for mourning. The little Legos are waving the red flag of revenge. They're rallying. It's great. Everyone but then there's Mossad. There's Mossad spies lighting Molotov cocktails. But then the brave people of Iran, they see this bullshit going on and they chase them away with sticks. And the hijabis are there. They're just like, yeah, exactly. They're running after them and putting them in little potato sacks. And Haidar. It's like what? Can you explain to me what Haidar?
It means lion. It's like a name for Ali.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a big part in like the nasheeds. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then there's this video about Chahar Shanbeh Suri featuring a Lego Ibrahim Zolfagare, Lord preserve him, which most non-Iranians can't even spell. Anybody can understand that, but it's not propaganda for the imperial population per se. I mentioned this to show that while Donald Trump is the villain in some of these videos, he is not the main character. Iran is very much asserting itself as the subject of history, and in these videos, America is reduced to a joke, objecting to it helplessly, pants on fire. In this video from the Victory Chronicles, for example, I'll play it on silent, Explosive Media lists Iran's very real accomplishments, clearing U.S. military bases and punishing collaborators, and then ends, spoiler alert, with Trump climbing a pedestal of coffins to declare victory with his pants literally on fire. And then, let's see, I forget what this quote is here. This is from a little... This is I don't know, from some academic article about Khomeini back in like the past, when he died in, I think, what was it, 1989? In the face of the uncertainties at home caused by Khomeini's death and the reaction to Iran's perceived instability by the global community, Khamenei forcefully exhorted Iran's leadership and citizenry to show strong national unity. He devoted his speeches primarily to national security, national unity, adherence to the ideals of the Islamic Revolution, opposition to the U.S. and Israel, economic and technological progress, and Muslim unity. Characterizing the period after Khomeini's death as a difficult trial for the nation, Khamenei exhorted Iranians to stand firm. And this is a quote, I think, from Khamenei. Today, the eyes of the world are on you. The world is noticing this nation. Millions of hearts pound for the hopes and goals of this nation. You have become a model. You have become the martyrs of Ali. You are the flag bearers of freedom and resistance against the world's oppressors and domineering powers. Today, nations show courage. Today nations show courage and no longer wish to be subservient to the major powers. There was a day that this courage did not exist. You opened that path for them. The actions of this nation under the strong leadership of that heavenly imam opened up the path for freedom. He emboldened the nations and made the arrogance of superpowers impotent. He inspired virtuous contempt for domination and showed that all nations and citizens have power. The oppressors denied the innate power of human beings and sought to control people through superficial powers. Today, nations realize their innate power. Today, nations have awakened. Of course, in appearance, Estekbar, I guess that is, what was that? I don't know what that actually refers to. Estekbar is still very strong in the realms of strategic powers and economics, but to the degree that the oppressor's power seems big, it is vulnerable and empty. In reality, the oppressors are increasingly afraid of the power of other nations. This is the condition our nation has brought about. Our nation has enabled the world to realize its real duties and rights. The weight of this mandate of leadership is on your shoulders, and especially on the shoulders of your government's officials. We cannot lose a moment, be negligent, lose heart, or become depressed. We cannot tolerate these things even in our private thoughts. Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I just want to say, istikbar, is that what you?
Yeah, I think
it's like making yourself big. It's like arrogance.
Arrogance.
It's like akbar, like istik.
I see.
It's like a form 10, as we call it in Orientalist Arabic. It's like kind of a
like a Farsi, farsified Arabic term.
No. It's Arabic actually. It's like just straight up Arabic.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of loan words in Persian, but there's I'm not sure if there's like a term for it what the term for it is in Arabic. I always just know it as form 10, but it has that little suffix of isti, and it usually has that connotation of like making oneself. Like whatever the sort of connotation of the root is. So it's like,
I see. Yeah. Okay. So as a bit of history, when Khomeini died in 1989, Khamenei the Elder assumed reluctantly leadership of the Islamic Revolution at age 50. Then he exhorted the Iranian people to lead, presciently saying, "Today the eyes of the world are on you. The world is noticing this nation. Millions of hearts pound for the hopes and goals of this nation. You have become a model. You have become the martyrs of Ali," etc. I say presciently because can you not see this now, presently? This video connects the struggle of Iran with the struggle against slavery, against nuclear annihilation, against Epstein Island, against, in short, all imperialism. This is a great video of like all the different... it's really the JD pawn of like all oppressed peoples. There's Rachel Corrie. Rachel Corrie gets a shout out. The families of Afghanistan. are all getting the chance to press the button and shoot a hypersonic missile at the Empire. The children of Gaza, more Masonic monuments are crumbling. Malcolm X gets the shout out, right? For the Malcolm X way. The Titanic is sinking. Like more school. Yeah, for the school children of Manab, the children of Epstein Island are firing a missile. Hollywood is burning. The dollar is burning. F-35 burning. Gerald Ford exploding. THAAD missiles destroyed. Ozymandias statues of Trump and Netanyahu collapse, and everybody lives happily ever after. So that I think this makes a strong statement. One vengeance for all. This is an important ideological line. Bikram Gill, citing many, talks about how Bikram Gill talks about how this is the first anti-imperial war. This is an interesting point. I guess Bikram Gill is a scholar, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he had this idea that there were colonialist wars like in the 20th century, but like this is the first one on a global scale to challenge like the system. He says, whereas Vietnam, Korea, etc. were anti-colonial wars, Gill said, such decolonization never delivered anti-imperialism, meaning overturning of Western power at the global scale. It was contained to liberating individual colonies. This allowed the West to exercise a global power that directed policies of independent global South states. With the effective nationalization of the Strait of Hormuz and the evisceration of irreplaceable imperial war machinery and bases, Iran is not merely pushing empire out of their country. America can't even land there. Iran is pushing the white empire out of the entire region and decolonizing global trade. And they do this consciously in our names, written in this video, on the missiles that blow the blowhards away. You can watch more through Explosive Media, but these are not canonical sources that have everything. This is really postmodern media. You can both not avoid these videos and not find them. And there will be more because Iran has a great strategic reserve of content in the Iranian people. It's like the joke that Iran has a deep reserve of philosophy PhDs that they can slowly escalate, going from Kant to Hegel to finally postmodernism, where power is everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. That's funny. Now, here's funny. Now compare the lively Lego videos of Iran to the ego death of America. Now, this video is going viral this week. I guess it is from last year, but for some reason, it's been going viral. You can hear the booming, sounds of a YMCA by the Village People.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he loves it.
Right. America, while the Lego content is produced by Iranian people, America has had to nationalize meme production, and what they make spontaneously combusts on first contact with reality. What is this, for example? I'm honestly asking. You truly, the fact that he's dangerously waving the sword around right next to Melania.
It's really a humiliation ritual for those soldiers, for our own Americans. It's just they need to show their fealty and their subordination.
Right.
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, the closest thing Trump has to a meme is this weird YMCA dance. A song about being gay? I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's true. I don't get it either. Iranian monarchists have done this dance over their cousins' graves, and Trump is doing it here in front of U.S. soldiers who are now being sent back in unmourned coffins. Who can forget the TikTok Iranian diaspora girl who was dancing to YMCA, right. And then her cousin was blown up, and
she blamed the government. Yeah,
she blamed the government,
the U.S. or Israel.
Yeah, good job.
And then people ran headlines at the hands of the Iranian regime, because that's how she put it. But
so fucked up.
Obviously, was not. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say before, aside, really it is an on top. It is the oldest, one of the oldest on tops. Few operations, few of these kind of attempts to shape reality deserve the name more than the dehumanization of Muslims. It really is something that it's so difficult to break. And it's a massive cultural complex that has so many components to it. It's not you talk about the spiritual significance of what's happening. I mean, like the symbol, as we were talking about before, with like Trump and like April Fool's Day and like Easter and like Hexes tattoos, like you see it everywhere, and like just the salience of like Israel, like a nation state named Israel, like in all of this, you really see that like it does have a spiritual, like eschatological dimension. Where like there are those elements of like mockery and humiliation that I think, you know, Renan, in one of his best insights, like said would be characteristic of like Dajjal, basically. I mean, and that is kind of what Dajjal refers to ultimately, right? Like falseness, like mockery.
Being irony poisoned as a civilization.
Yeah, kind of, or just like constantly having someone like stick their tongue out and like do like blow a raspberry in your face, like by the people who rule you. Like having it rubbed in your face and like be, you know, laughed at and degraded by the people who are, you know, in charge of your destiny. And like have them sort of take delight in your like humiliation and subjugation, like openly, and you can't, you know, like resist, right? Or you're supposed to be subordinated to it. But there is, you know, but like there is like nothing like deeper like than that. Like it's so difficult to dislodge or even like begin to talk about. Like, I mean, that was like kind of one of the like really like formative experiences in my life, was not just like witnessing the Iraq War, but and you know, living through 9/11, but like seeing the way people talked about Muslims after 9/11. Because, you know, when 9/11 happened, I was like 12, and, you know, people probably know I'm Muslim, but I am a convert. At the time of 9/11, like I knew people who were Muslim, but I only had a very dim idea, to be honest, of what a Muslim was. You know, I was just leaving elementary school at the time, and like like some of my first encounters with like the concept of Islam and Muslims was like the way that like the insane, deranged, like bloodthirsty, like evil way that people talked about Muslims in the aftermath of 9/11. It was like, you know, like trying to deprive of people of a huge like group among the global population of basic humanity. Like that, like, you know, Muslims have contributed nothing to human culture. Muslims have done nothing like of value. Like, you know, you see like that Muslims are basically reduced to the level of like animals, like, you know. And it is like, and that was like, it wasn't something that was like, oh, we need to make this up now. It was, or like something that like people, you know, they had to like go read a book. I mean, there definitely was like a big impulse to go like read books about Muslims to try to figure out how to dominate, see if you can figure out how to dominate Muslims this way. That was also kind of a, you know, a bit of a tangent, but that was also kind of a shift, I think, that we witnessed, where like there was kind of a revival of like old school domination through like the control of knowledge production, like in sort of Orientalist old school fashion. But then I think that recently has been abandoned. You know, I've talked about this a couple of times, but like my point is that people didn't like really have to like go open up a dictionary or an encyclopedia and of you know, dehumanizing ways to describe Muslims, or you know, like even like get them from somebody else. It was deep within like a lot of people, just like waiting to come out, you know, because it had been kind of instilled within them by like you know, these very, very long process, really, like, you know, going back to like the foundation of like the idea of, like, you can see it in Lindbergh too. It's like, you know, we were talking about when he's talking about the West and Greece and all that stuff. All of that has always been like the like other, like the, you know, idea that was like counterposed to like this sort of like attempt to make the West cohere as an idea. It requires like Islam to be the opposite, to be like the threat, and to be like the other.
The Oriental hordes, like the Asiatic hordes, like they were the most prominent civilization next door to Europe, like, you know, who were, you know, kind of more advanced and thriving and unified for hundreds of years before Europe started to like cohere even into like, I mean, think about states.
Like Lindbergh's a great example in a way, because, and maybe I'm just thinking about this you know, incidentally, but his like his fixation with Greece. You're like, you know, everything, it was going back to ancient Greece and Athens, right? and like Athens versus Sparta and all these things, like, making sure, like, if we don't do this, then Greece will fall, right? Greece and Rome will fall. And you still see that kind of like idea, like when people talk about like, well, what is Western civilization? What is the sort of positive thing that we're supposed to be like, people on the right in the United States, for instance, like when they talk about like how, they feel like they're losing the culture war and they try to articulate what like their deep cultural values are. It usually does go back to something like that, like something like, classical education, Latin and Greek, Thomas Aquinas, stuff like, and Aristotle and Plato and stuff like that, the Ottomans conquered Byzantium, right? And that was like, and of course, like there was a huge, I was just reading a quote the other day by Levi Strauss talking about, it's kind of like SJ Red Meat in a way, because he was saying, Cloud Levi Strauss, that is, not to be confused with the other Strauss, Leo Strauss. He was saying that like Islam was this clumsy aberration in history that like erupted and cut the West off from its Aryan roots, or its connection with Buddhism, and like we were actually Islamized by this like historical anomaly, this interruption that happened when we could have united as we should have with the wisdom of like the kind of Aryan wisdom of India. And that's not to demean Buddhism or India or like Vedic civilization or anything like that. This is just like, I think sometimes when I talk about this stuff, people think that I'm trying to say like that I have a distaste for that. I do like despise like the Hindu right wing for obvious reasons, but I don't have anything against Hindus or Buddhists per se. It's simply like the way that like a sort of affiliation with that has been instrumentalized both by like the right wing within India, and in places like Myanmar, which you got a question about, although I'm not sure we'll get to it, but by like fascists in the United States and in Europe, right? That's all that I'm saying. But my point is that this is a very, very deep paradigm.
It is
kind of like a opposition.
No, you're right. It is a deep paragraph. I do wonder though, like to what extent, because also at the same time, America, like sure, it does come from kind of like the European lineage, but it's also such a young country that is like oftentimes almost like comically ignorant of like deeper, longer history and things like that. I do kind of wonder, because I do think that 9/11 like caused like an efflorescence of like Islamophobia and like anti-Muslim things that was then like stoked like massively by like the media and various institutions and stuff like that. But I do wonder, because like you have a few different, what's interesting to me is that like that there would be such a conflict between like the kind of Euro-American West and like the Islamic world in like the 2000s, right? Like at a point where the West was really pursuing much more of like, was secularizing itself much more. And I don't know if you could say strictly that like all the people like kind of in power had maybe kind of like a crusader agenda to like confront Islam. However, I do still think they saw it, like as a threat, but maybe in like a different way. Because, there was also like late in the Cold War, there was a selective support for certain forms of like quote unquote revolutionary Islam, even fostered by the United States and its allies, and like with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. And, like Bill Casey, arch like Catholic kind of like American fascist, was like very eager about funding, even up into the 90s, like kind of supporting certain like Al-Qaeda networks and things like that, while also being very opposed to the Shia Islamic regime, government in Iran. But I wonder if it's almost like, we've talked about this before, the idea that the Islamic world still believed in like anything besides just like making money and like being like a capitalist. Like the fact that after the Cold War, they still had an ontology and like a belief system of like values that they hadn't abandoned. Like that almost became like the biggest problem about Muslims, is that like they weren't hecking secularizing like the way that America wanted to, and the fact that they had like moral objections to certain imperatives of the U.S. empire was like unacceptable. And then after 9/11, you could really greenlight this, like, they're religious like crazies, and like we need to like bring McDonald's and like I don't know, porn and like Western culture to like convert, to save them from the mists of religion and stuff. I mean,
not to deny that 9/11 like certainly like was a cultural shift in some ways. Like I also think that, and like, you know, also not to deny that like the, you know, US has made like alliance with like you know, Muslim forces at like various points, Muslim states and non-state actors, right, or sponsored them or supported them or had alliances with them. That's certainly not what I'm saying. Or that like, you know, the Muslim is like united against the United States, which obviously is not true. But there is like a very like there is a much deeper paradigm. Like that's like, it is certainly not true that Islamophobia or whatever you want to call it, or like kind of a you know, to use the sort of the heckin' Sunni term of like Wahhabism, which they prefer because it sounds like more masculine, I think. But like whatever you want to call it, like anti-Muslim hatred. It's about like, you know, people have been talking in these terms forever in the United States. Like, you know, if you go back to the founding fathers, you can see like their expressions of this, right? You know,
I just think as a rank of like obsessive hatred, I think a lot of Americans kind of like didn't think about like the Islamic world. Maybe 1979 was the first thing where it was like, whoa, like, wait, what's this? Like, why do they hate us? You know, and then like it kind of like that was a big like spike in, you know, kind of a weaponizing of like, oh, this radical, like, you know, revolutionary Islam is like dangerous and bad. And then it's like it got like cranked up because Americans like have an ignorant streak as well of like, oh, if it doesn't like directly affect us, we just like don't think about it. They're kind of like an empty vessel then to be like filled in with whatever propaganda to kind of activate them to like totally freak out about like, you know, like I think because there were other primary enemies,
American, like your average American, like perhaps that's true, like your average American, but the American like educated and ruling classes, I think like certainly.
I think there's always.
I mean, if you just open a textbook, like open a textbook about like American history, like or open it like or world history, right? But even American history. Right, like even though like you even still see these memes about like the Barbary pirates and stuff like that. You know, about like how they were America's first enemies were the Barbary pirates. You know, like this is like a deep paradigm. It's like very heavily baked in. Like any textbook of world history, you'll still see things like Charles Martel and the Battle of Tours, like all this stuff. And like really, like it is like in terms like on sort of a conceptual level, a lot of like I think I've used this example before, but like a lot of like what was said about the Soviet Union or like the sort of idea of like what the sort of resources they drew upon in order to like villainize the Soviet Union, what like you know,
Orientalism,
older ideas about like what Muslims were like I always use that phrase in that one travelogue where this guy said like Islami means of one mind, and they have like no individuality, right? They have.
I think that's definitely true.
You know,
they've always been like that kind of anti like Asiatic like bias. I mean, you even saw it with Lindbergh. Like Lindbergh was saying like he would couch like why the Soviet Union was like more evil than Hitler was because they're basically, you know, he believed that like Slavs and like Russians were like Asiatic. They're not like white people, you know, right. And like they're from Asia and they represent a kind of Asian mindset that is, you know, like to him it's all kind of like one big Asian thing. Like,
and this is partially what is I think so disturbing to that type of person about Islam, because like, it kind of disrupts that entire paradigm. It's like especially going back to Greece, you know, and that's like the thing, right? Like for a pretty long time, Greece was like an Ottoman possession, right? Like there were like, or Anatolia, right? Was like I mean all Turkey now still, right?
A big chunk of the Balkans were
is now
Turkish,
Muslim, you know, so that was like, and like Egypt even. Mm-hmm. Egypt was like one of the jewels of the Roman Empire, right? And the Hellenistic Empire before that. And that is like, you know, for someone who like, again, like, you know, not like your average person who like doesn't think about like the past, but, you know, like in a highly literate age, I think this kind of dimension comes into play. Like you do like nowadays, it's almost interesting. Like but this is kind of a post 9/11 thing, so we're not really talking about that. But I think like in general, like people like you know, like the people like Henry Kissinger, like Brzezinski, people like that. for them, I think it is like a kind of maybe not like at the forefront at every point, at every like moment of their lives, but something that is like kind of deeply rooted and present. And you can see it, if you can see it everywhere, like in the sort of ideas of these people when they express themselves. Like any it always seems to like come up. I mean, it's obviously a very big phenomenon in the history of humanity. But it like because and the reason why it always comes up is because it was used. And again, you can talk about like, well, whether or not it was. I think to some extent it certainly was, but it was absolutely used at an epistemological level as like this like structuring concept that made that whole idea of like who we are like work. And
we're the
so,
West,
like,
we're not the East.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So that's all by way of saying that like breaking that like is very difficult, because like your average American maybe hasn't thought that maybe at some point in history. I think now 9/11 was certainly a shift, and now like almost your average American is kind of indoctrinated to that. But either way, even if someone hasn't thought that is true, it's very rare that someone has thought that's not true. And I think that when you seek out information about it, sometimes like it's difficult to break like what you're most like first and foremost going to encounter is like that haze. And I think like a lot of or like that paradigm, right? Like language plays a huge role here. And it all goes back to the same issue of like what we're talking about these new modes of knowledge production, or these totally new ways of even defining what knowledge and information is. And I think that like it's to your point, or to the point of that article, that like you saw like the like control of the narrative start to slip away. And in a way, like it's an interesting thing that this article kind of made me think about, which is that this like the kind of the potentialities of the internet that everyone talked about, like that this would kind of democratize information and lead to a political shift that would be more democratic and more the people. I always kind of rejected that, but there is a little bit of truth to that in terms of like the sort of slipping away of the control of the narrative around Gaza. You saw like with TikTok and everything. Like people like they were unable to control what people were seeing, right? They were unable to disguise the reality of what they were doing. And then you saw this huge like effort to get that under control, right? To seize control of that platform in particular. Huge panic among like the kind of intelligentsia about like the youth, and how we need to make sure like that we that they believe the right things.
TikTok
right?
is
that
dangerous.
We're
It's
educating
brainwashing
them properly.
them.
Exactly. Like don't let them have this.
I
and
mean,
like the Lego videos are a similar thing where like they're kind of like breaking through.
I think that sometimes people kind of put like they do this like either or thing where like, oh, the internet was always completely sus, or it was like this heckin' liberatory amazing thing that just like recently got like co-opted and like it made into a bad thing. But I think there's like both those things are like kind of true. Like in a way, I think that the early people and the sort of like national security state and like Epstein Island sus lords that were like kind of building the internet were aware of its like power as like a decentralized like information technology. And that is partly the reason why they sought to like have controls over it and like guide its development from a relatively early phase. Like I don't think various forces like got caught totally by surprise the first time there was like an internet inspired flash mob or something. Like I think they've been hip to the power of that for a long time, and so a lot of the like social media platforms and other things like always had some like some brakes installed to like tamp the little counterinsurgency attributes to them. But I think because like you can't fully control it, like that's why you still do see the impact of like information flowing around and like narrative control getting broken down and all these things. So it's kind of like unleashing this like great force and hoping, because like, well, we're like the empire that invented it, and we kind of have like really critical control over its like production and development. And we can kind of shape the culture on it and all these things. Like it's still a net positive for empire to have, like it allows empire to extend its power at a greater rate than like opponents of empire can seize upon it, in a kind of a broad way, decentralized broad way to like undermine empire, right? So I think like, the EFF, John Perry Barlow, like sus lords who were just like so super utopian, or the Stuart Brands, like I think they're kind of, their view on it was like bullshit and kind of disingenuous because, they were consulting for the CIA at the same time, like help them use the internet better and like kind of be masters of it. But still there, like inevitably, like other people are going to kind of catch up to the first mover advantage, like Iran, Russia, like China, like all these countries have developed like pretty sophisticated ways of like dealing with like the internet and even like using it to oppose the United States, like from like an InfoWar perspective. And some of them now are kind of like even lapping the US. Like the US, it's like the US invented the car, but then like other countries got better at making cars eventually, right? Like there's no guarantee that it's like you're gonna be on top forever. But I mean, just look at this video from last year. I'll play it on silent. This is when they had the No Kings protest last year. Trump played this video with the Highway to the Danger Zone song where he's wearing a crown and he's dropping like AI shit on all of the No Kings protesters.
Oh yeah, right. Yes, I remember this.
Right. So he says, just to finish this article here, also note who's doing the posting of the Iran memes. Khamenei the Younger is not out here shit posting. Iran is a decentralized meme defense across the population, whereas America just has one demented moron offending everybody. Here, for example, is an AI video Trump released himself last October, showing him literally shit posting on his own population. Forgive me, but I do not understand what's happening here enough to critique it coherently. I'm really trying to compare apples to apples here, but this is like someone flinging applesauce at the senior citizens' home. Note that all the stuff I'm sharing is old because, like its bases, America has basically abandoned its bases in the meme wars. This is actually funny. Going back to even pre 9/11, Islamophobia or whatever, history versus this mystery. It wasn't always like this. America's cartoon game used to be the best in the world, not this cartoonish bullshit. To build up support for the invasion of Iraq, Saddam Hussein was featured as a character in the South Park movie, which I saw as a teenager. It was remarkably effective. I didn't even flag this as propaganda until recently. In South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, Saddam Hussein was Satan's boyfriend, zealously torturing Kenny in the underworld. I remember finding this very funny as a young American idiot.
Right.
I mean, me too. Like in middle school, I thought this was just like hilarious, right? But like when looking back on it now, like it is propaganda objectively.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? This is in like 1998 or 99. So this is like late Clinton era, before 9/11, before the Iraq War, and Saddam Hussein is being just like, they're taking the piss out of him, by making him like gay, LOL, like, won't he's gonna hate that. It's almost similar to like the Trump administration, like running around saying that like Khamenei is gay. Like this gay Ayatollah, he's gonna hate that, and it's like, okay. I mean, even in 2004, which was kind of coded as like an anti-Bush, Team America World Police, was kind of like, perceived by a lot of people. I think I was like in high school when I saw it, and it was kind of perceived as like a sticking it to Bush, but it did a lot of like both sidesing. It made a lot of fun of like Hollywood liberals that like oppose the war. They're actually full of shit too, and they suck. And it's been a lot, like the big villain in that movie is great leader Kim Jong-il of the DPRK, who is being like totally portrayed as like a maniac who wants to nuke everybody, and like he's pursuing, as he was in real life at the time, a nuclear weapons program, and is just portrayed as like the goofy James Bond villain with like a racist like like Asian person caricature accent, right? Like, and even the making fun of like how Islamophobic like the Team America World Police are. They go into like Arab countries and just like slaughter everybody, but then they're also like making fun of like Arab culture and stuff. Remember the Durka thing? Like Dirka
I don't.
Dirka,
I never
Muhammad
saw the
Jihad.
movie. I don't think. I think I only saw the song where they make fun of the movie Pearl Harbor, which we were just talking shit about the other day. But
Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
I don't think I ever actually watched the movie Team America World Police.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big hit.
Or South
you know?
Park, Bigger, Longer, Uncut, for that matter.
They
but
were,
I have seen South Park.
This was the irony, like heckin' irony, edgy, like badass humor, but brought to you by Viacom's Comedy Central, which is also bringing you Jon Stewart in the era. Like this is left edge of, you know.
I mean, that's actually a good example because like South Park to me, I think has always been kind of like, you know, like libertarian or whatever, or not like, you know, the like lib or like left, but like you do see like it's certainly a bipartisan phenomenon.
Oh yeah.
Right. Where like, I mean, look at like a movie like Argo or whatever, or even a show like The West Wing. Yeah. Like, is The West Wing like, does The West Wing portray Muslims as humans? No. Yeah.
Or I mean, Homeland, which is actually written by like OG X-Files writers, Howard, I think it was Alex Gordon and I might have it mixed up. Howard Gordon and Alex Gansa, or
I don't know. I mean,
Alex Gordon and Howard, and I think it's Alex Gansa and Howard Gordon.
And Vince Gilligan are the, you know, I think the real champs of the X-Files.
I know.
But
the Homeland guys were on from season 1. They're season 1 and 2. They're main writers. But then they went on to adapt this Israeli show that was very emblematic of the Obama era, and their like counterterrorism, kind of like a faux like complexity was kind of like introduced, you know, versus like 24, which is just like there's a Muslim and he's got a nuclear bomb and he hates everybody. Like, you know, it tried to be a little more nuanced, but like it ended up still repeating pretty much all the same tropes.
It got like insane. The like obviously like the first season of Homeland is so pulpy, but there's something like enjoyable about it, especially just because of like the absurdity of like the romance, like and how played and how straight it's played.
Yeah,
you know, there's something like, you know, like novel about that is like it's just off the wall. And the you know, obviously Claire Danes is a good actress, but like I mean, like not to say that Homeland is not racist and abominable, but like I mean season 2 of Homeland is it's like 1,000 times worse.
Yeah,
but
and you know, if it got a little less Islamophobic, like later, in the later seasons, it's only because it's sort of like
people like
it just
called it out.
Well, no, it just sort of switched over to being like the anti-Putler like Russiagate show, and just started like going super hard on like evil fucking Russians. Like
I remember back when I lived in New York, like seeing that poster for like Homeland season 4 or whatever, and it's like Claire Danes like in a Little Red Riding Hood outfit, and like amidst a sea of women in the cabs, like ridiculous.
Yeah, she was the drone queen of Afghanistan in one of those seasons.
Like, that's like the exact like that image is like the fact that image was palatable to people, even like during that was like the woke era, you know, that was like
kind of the early woke era.
Islamophobia was like a household word. The idea that like, you know, these sort of like these tropes and things like that were harmful to people, or like had like sort of a subtle like a sensitivity to like subtle aspects of racism, you know, like this is the time of you know Ta-Nehisi Coates before he got canceled for criticizing Israel, right? Like this is like when people were like, you know, thinking about, oh hey, yeah, you're right, like black bodies are kind of seen as like disposable and like you know not human, and like they are seen to experience not as much pain and things like this, right? They're like, think about how these kids are described in the news, like these young black kids who were shot, compared with how like a white kid might be talked about. But you know, you still had this ridiculous thing, this poster advertising the show where like she's Little Red Riding Hood amidst this evil sea of spooky niqabis. Like but even that, like think about like Argo, the movie Argo. I mean Zero Dark 30, right? Like all this
literally
stuff.
like made with like in partnership with the CIA, both those movies. And
like I mean think, okay, so I guess the most like what is the most advanced or kind of like the most sympathetic portrayal of Muslims like in American media that I could think of would be something like I don't know, like Aziz Ansari, or like, you know, or like Rami,
I guess.
Like, but think about,
but even that was later. Show? Like,
well, even it doesn't matter if it's later. Like, does that actually like portray Islam as like a power? I mean, they had like Mia Khalifa, someone who made like I think she's related to like Lebanese phalangist or something.
She's a Christian, Lebanese Christian, yeah.
Yeah, isn't she like does she have some kind of relation? No, maybe I'm getting confused with Amy Therese. I don't know. I don't mean to defame.
She's also Lebanese Christian.
But one of them has some phalangist family connections.
Uh-huh.
But like, Mia Khalifa, whose name obviously isn't actually Mia Khalifa, like made her career like dishonoring and insulting Muslim women. Like Rami invited her on that show to like spread lies about Muslims, like, and like it was ridiculous. I mean, like, yeah, like there were some like maybe like gestures in that show, like things like that, but it's still like ultimately like what the hell. Like
there was like it was kind of like a diaspora autofiction kind of show that had the classic like, but then you go back to the 2000s. Remember like Persepolis? That's been coming up a lot lately. Is like
Persepolis is an example of the same genre.
Yeah,
and
it
like,
was supposed to be liberal and cool.
It's like the article that we talked about, Roshan Darius Nicholson's article, like, where the enemy is always like, or the goal is always like cultural resistance. And so the enemy is always like, your culture and your traditions that are holding you back from being a good neoliberal subject that like you deserve to be.
And I think that's what Obama, the Obama era kind of led with that is like, well, even like Ta-Nehisi Coates, like the early kind of woke stuff, like it would often be, it wasn't that hard to repurpose it and go like, wow, can't be gay in Gaza. Do better, Iran. Do better. Like, like you could turn it around and be like, oh yeah, like all of the enemies of like the US empire, if they don't fit the perfect, like, if they have a different culture that isn't quite up to like, like I hate to say it, like current year, like Western, like urban liberal, like college educated kind of standards of whatever, like they deserve to get bombed, like, or even the weaponization of like, like the weaponized feminism thing in like Afghanistan, which like there's like legitimate concerns there about like girls' education, but also just straight up lies, like saying that Gaddafi gave like 50,000 Viagra pills to all of his troops to go on like a mass rape campaign or something that was just completely made up, but like it conjured this kind of like oriental rapey hordes of misogynist dictator men like running around like, we gotta stop and protect all these Libyan women, and it's like all made up, like, but it kind of leveraged that like girl boss Hillary Clinton, like we're standing up for the girls of Libya, by like destroying their whole country. And
like in the case of like countries like Afghanistan or like any like in the Arab world, any like the whole like sort of like the muscular like American feminism and like sort of NGO complex thing, like it's sort of counterproductive in a way, like, and in a way where like on some level, maybe not fully, but on some level, I feel like it's almost intended to be, where like if the more you associate that with like foreign intervention, the more like certain people are going to oppose it,
get sussed out by it,
like exactly, so it's like if you're like, we're your enemy, we want you to be destroyed, we want you to be subjugated to us, and by the way, we're feminists. Like then people are not going to like be open to the message of feminism, or like, by the way, we want this is like important to us, like we think that your culture has to be like this, and like also like you deserve to die and we hate you, then it's like it's kind of sus, like anybody who thinks that we should do this, do what they said.
It's like,
right?
How many times
dynamic again and again and again,
like how many times if I went and looked up like how many times probably like various security conferences or Davos or whatever, like in the the early 21st century, that like American or European leaders went and kind of like bragged about how like their promotion of like feminism or LGBT values was going to like undermine the like evil authoritarian regime of either, whether it's like Putler or the Ayatollah or Assad or Hamas or like whatever, like they almost like brag about this. Is like they're not even like really hiding that this is like a tool to undermine the authority. So like leaders of foreign governments are going to hear that, and then they're going to be sussed out by these things, like by association, which like the Western leaders are almost like conspicuously happy to like openly associate these things as like I don't know, a kind of avant-garde of like soft power to like bring American neoliberalism and stuff like further into these countries. So it's not even helpful from that. The way they do it is so kind of craven and
there almost
and cynical.
Seems to be something, like it almost seems deliberate on a certain level, maybe not entirely, but like on some level it almost feels deliberate. But yes, I mean, like it's definitely like a yeah, a very like bizarre, a very bizarre thing. That's like a very deep weird. Someone in the chat, a Griffin says, I follow a few Russian feminists, and they often discuss how Western queer NGOs seeking regime instability has led to palpable rises of homophobia in Russia.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, can you imagine like, you know, like how like what the reputation of Pussy Riot must be like in, you know, among some people in Russia, you know, like they must be
they probably shit coded every punk and like punk art collective like in
exactly
you know,
the first association anyone probably has is that. Yeah, and even if like it's like, you know, even if you're like not necessarily like pro Putin or whatever, like a Russian nationalist, like even if you're like kind of, you know, on the left or whatever, like it probably, I would imagine it's like a little bit cringe to be like supporting something that might even be perceived as being like a Western psyop, which like a lot of this stuff is, you know. So
I mean, you know, it's a very small Thomas Friedman anecdote, but like I remember before it was like a little bit before Pussy Riot and, you know, the kind of the more heightened atmosphere like the 2010s, but like when we were in Russia in 2012, like we were in Moscow, and remember there was like that club, there was like that kind of like club or like bar that like we went to a few times, and like one time we went there and it was clearly like it was like a gay night, like there it was just like a gay crowd there, and I think we asked like our like waitress, or like, oh excuse me, like is this, I think it was called Propaganda, I think you know,
that rings a bell.
Yeah, Propaganda. Yeah, I think Nina Kravitz started there, the famous techno DJ. It actually was kind of a hot scene in the like the late 2000s, whatever. But we asked.
I remember some people from my class going there too a couple times. Anyway,
yeah, it's kind of near like Red Square. And I remember asking like the waitress, like, excuse me, like, is this like a gay bar? And she was like, sometimes, you know, like, and it was kind of like, oh, okay, like it was like. It didn't strike me as like from, I don't know, stories I'd hear later where it's like this is a more fraught thing, and like even I think maybe Russia like passed some laws that like banned any NGO that like had to do with LGBT issues because it was like unpatriotic, and like, you know, someone in the chat says that like they've talked to Russians and they've seen like an increase in that because it's associated with like Western forces trying to like undermine, which like I'm sure every like, you know, gay people in Russia just want to like live in like peace and not be fucked with, and like they very well, you know, maybe they did, you know, they have like legitimate grievances and stuff, but that like weaponizing of it like wasn't good. It seemed more chill when we were there, like based on my limited kind of perspective, than it seems today. And like you could just blame Putler, like it's all Putler's fault because he's so evil and blah blah blah. But like these are also, it's the process of like complex forces, and there was like an NGO problem in Russia with like a lot of these.
Political polarization is a powerful force that shouldn't be underestimated, and anyone who's like an American can observe it in our own society. Right. Like around COVID, for instance, like we
the
saw
negative
like, the
political
polarization around COVID like flip in like a matter of days. Like multiple times, I almost feel like, you know, or like we saw like things like radically change their valence, in terms of like politics, and also like you know, the sort of internal narrative of any given political faction, like change, like going outside, the political valence of that changed.
Wearing a mask, like Fauci said, don't do it, and then it became you have to do it. Like it just was all over the place.
And then for some people, because Fauci said it, that it was like don't do it. You know, like like the first couple of weeks of COVID concern, it was like kind of a conservative issue of like, yo, I'm prepping for this, like, you know, I'm masking up, etc. And then
especially the anti-China, it's a China virus, it's coming to get it. Like you could be more scared on that front.
Pelosi went to Chinatown to like show that everything was okay, right? And then
it's a really powerful, it's one of the most like manipulated forces I think in the world like today, and America has been like kind of good at like stoking that both like domestically and abroad, but the internet adds a little bit of like accelerated force to it, that like people are just getting negatively polarized in like increasingly weird like micro ways, because like some influencer that they like hate, they know that they don't like attack somebody, so therefore the person being attacked is like good. But like, you know, if that person is also sus, but like, you know, maybe sus in like not the way they're saying they're sus, but like they're you know, sus in a different way, then they start like caping for like that figure, you know, because like it just, you see it everywhere, and it kind of fucking sucks. Like, because then it gets people to pretzel into like weird positions, and it can stoke like in foreign populations like a kind of reaction that then could be like manipulated or used to the advantage of the outside forces that are stoking it. It's like when you react to a provocation,
it kind of like creates like it's like, I'm not sure, again, like I'm not sure like if this is perceived this way by everyone who like participates in these things, but like sort of the soft power approach of being like, oh, let's fund this theater to like put on plays about how the Palestinian Alice in Wonderland like needs to fight against, before she can fight against anything else, she has to fight against her traditions that are holding her back. And then like everyone in the society is like, why are like the Americans and the foreigners putting on these sus plays attacking our traditions? Like we're gonna like resist any sort of anything like this. And then it's like, oh, these are barbarians, like we need to kill them all. Like that,
I mean, they run the playbook everywhere. And I mean, you even Pussy Riot, like what was the big, well, there was a couple things they did, but they would always do very like things that almost like had to be reacted to, because there were so, like one time they went into an art gallery. This is them maybe attacking like proper high liberal culture, but they went into like an art gallery either in Moscow or St. Petersburg, and they all got naked and had like an orgy like in the art gallery, and like filmed it. And it's like, okay, like, and of course they got arrested, and it's like, wow, like no freedom of expression in Russia, But the big thing they did was they did the punk prayer performance where they stormed the big, I think the cathedral in Red Square, and like jumped on top of the altar, just did like stupid, like childish, like desecration of like this very, like important cathedral that's like, the Russian Orthodox, population really cares about, and is like a big part of like Russian history, et cetera, and did that, like desecrated like, the altar space, and by doing like a dumb like punk song about how like Pooler sucks or whatever, and then they got arrested for it, and then they turn around and go like, oh my God, like, wow, they don't believe it. There's no free speech here. We need to overthrow the entire government and like put in a Western, like liberal guy, like a Sorosite, in charge, because this is so horrible. And like they've been eating off that for like, 13 years or whatever. I mean, they did other protests. Some of them went to jail, but like, this is like a 13-year like USAID project at this point of like using the Pussy Riot girls to like go on and on about just like how, oh my God, but it's I don't like, I don't know if they were getting like USAID or CIA money like when they did that, but it's certainly the kind of thing that like those institutions like would have paid them to do, or like encouraged them to do as part of like this kind of like cultural destabilization, that then like everybody in NATO could like grab upon to be like, oh, we can't even do business with these sickos. Look what they did to those nice little punk girls, those anarchist girls with the ski masks. Like all they did is go and be like I'm gonna piss all over your religion. Like, I'm sorry, but like, like people, like they knew they were going to get arrested. Like, I don't see that's like the most pressing issue, facing Russia, is that you can't go blah, blah, blah and like desecrate, like, go like pee on Lenin's mausoleum or something, like I think it's so obviously like sus. But it was effective for a while. It brainwashed tons of like Europeans and American, like liberal kind of leaning people into seeing like, like well before the war in Ukraine. Like that's what's funny about it. I mean, it has gotten to a bad point now where it's like, yeah, he did invade Ukraine, and like it's a horrible war. A lot of people are dying. It's bad. But like, back in like 2013, they're being like, he's Hitler. Like he's the worst person, and maybe he wouldn't have ended up invading Ukraine if like we hadn't pursued this like psyop, like tumbled down this psyop rabbit hole of like, because he, like it starts with, oh, he persecuted Pussy Riot, and then it like starts snowballing from there to like, every time he reacts to a kind of protest made to like embarrass Russia, and then that probably polarizes. Like they've actually had, I don't know if I can't say this is intentional or not, but I think, most Russians have kind of increasingly like rallied around like the flag instead of being like, yay, Navalny, like we hate Putin, you know what I mean? Like it's even when we met people in Russia in 2012 who like protested against like Putin, but then we're also kind of like, well, he's kind of the only person that can like run Russia. Like I don't know, like they had an interesting like kind of nuanced perspective. Even the ones that were like getting beat up by the riot police and like protesting whatever election I think it had just happened. They kind of understood that like, oh, but like to not have a strong president would actually be like worse than like having Putin, you know, and like having like a weird like liberal that has no support who's like weak would be probably like pretty bad, you know. So it just, you know, but Americans only heard like a bad guy, a KGB guy is president, he's bad, he's literally Hitler, like, you know, like it just.
Meanwhile, like Navalny, like he is also like
a racist, an anti-Muslim racist.
He is an anti-Muslim racist.
I mean, Putin meanwhile has made his peace with the Chechens, and now they have declared that if there's a ground war in Iran, they will declare jihad and they will go fight with on the side of the Iranians. You know, so you know, Putin in a way seems more flexible than Navalny, who I think called Chechens cockroaches. At various points, which of course the West, you know, loves, but but anyways, I mean, all those things were like powerful for a time, but the bloom is a little bit off the rose. Let me just read the very end here, making fun of Trump and his meme warfare, and then we can move on. America, like talking about South Park, America used such Oriental despot propaganda to actually kill Saddam and actually torture Iraqis not long afterwards. This stuff was really good at manufacturing consent for war, but America really can't manufacture anything anymore. They're literally just phoning it in. It's one geriatric genocider who really needs to have his phone taken. For example, look at the images the official White House account posted on March 27th. Remember this shit from like not even a week ago, like these pixelated, like mysterious images. He says, "What does this mean?" It's never. I think it was a viral advertisement for like the White House like alert app or some stupid shit like that. It was so stupid. So yeah, CENTCOM, when it comes to war propaganda, there was no popular support for this war, so there was no popular content about it. There's no popular media about this war because it's not popular. Instead, CENTCOM is having to wage info war, which they suck even more at than regular war. In lieu of actual accomplishments, let's see, they just record their vintage equipment taking off from rusty aircraft carriers. There's no storytelling here. It's just stuff. Apparently, Trump gets a 2-minute highlight reel of stuff blowing up, but I'm not seeing it. Here's something the White House released, and it's not impressive. It's also devoid of any context. What is blowing up? Why does it matter? This is the point of propaganda, not mere explosions. The truth is, the thousands of targets they're claiming are mostly civilian because the missiles are in tunnel cities they can't touch. America can't show the hospitals, schools, and homes they're actually hitting, nor can they show the big military targets they're not. So instead, they showed themselves blowing up a few trucks, small boats, even howitzers. CENTCOM has even released footage of them blowing up obvious decoys, which China has mocked as blowing up scarecrows with golden thunderbolts. I don't know if this even qualifies as propaganda because they've completely lost the plot. As I've said, the vaunted U.S. military is just a luxury terrorism force now. That's true, kind of. They can do special ops, and that's it. Like, what can they do? Assassinations, car bombings, school massacres, terrorism, in short. The level of damage they advertise proudly is what poor insurgents used to inflict on them with IEDs, but now the IEDs fly, and the empire is fleeing. As I joke, if there's a guerrilla war happening here, the Americans are the guerrillas, holed up in Dubai hotel rooms. Meanwhile, Iran is a professional military with professional propaganda and popular support as a force magnifier. Honestly, what's happening, America? This is just a farce and must be agonizing. Iran is not just winning the war, they're winning the meme wars. Yeah, so
yeah, I mean, like
there.
I was thinking someone in the chat mentioned these Persian monarchists, and one of the, or, you know, Iranian monarchists, I'm kind of using their designation because I was thinking, like, you know, one of the greatest examples of like what we're talking about is like this sort of, I mean, you can see it in like many incarnations, but like, you know, sort of insistence that like, oh, you know, I'm not Muslim, I'm Persian, right? Using this kind of, you know, term that was like never really used in Iran, that was only used by foreigners, right? Like Persian, you know, actually like going back to the Greek designation itself, but like there's many like versions of this, and the idea is that, you know, if we can like like there's kind of like an anti-Arab racism that's like laced into it as well, like and the kind of the notion that like Khamenei and these people aren't really Persians, which is kind of especially funny for his family. Like I think Khamenei, like I think that the name or the town that he's from or something like takes its name from the like Achaemenids, like the the ancient Iranian dynasty that like Cyrus was a part of.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
But yeah, like it's like there's this like the idea is that, like if we can just dissociate ourselves from Muslims,
right,
then like we can just prove that we're not Muslim
Zoroastrian
and we're not Arabs, and that there's something different about us. Like someone wrote about this.
Actually, hold on. I'm going to step away just for a second. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. You can continue your thought if you want.
Yeah, I'll look it up and see like whose idea it was, because I found it interesting. I came across it in my reading. There's actually a book called "The Emergence of Iranian Nationalism" by Reza Zia Ebrahimi. And he came up with this idea of a dislocative national. I'll read the blurb. Reza Zia Ebrahimi visits the work of Fath Ali Akhundzada and Mirza Agha Khan Kermani, two Qajar-era intellectuals who founded modern Iranian nationalism. We're actually talking about doing like a series like of and Akhundzadeh was someone who actually came to my mind as like someone to talk about if we're going to do something about like kind of the genesis of the Iran Revolution. But in their efforts to make sense of a difficult historical situation, these thinkers advanced an appealing ideology Zia Ebrahimi calls dislocative nationalism, in which pre-Islamic Iran is cast as a golden age. Islam is reinterpreted as an alien religion, and errors become implacable others, dislodging or implacable. Dislodging Iran from its empirical reality and tying it to Europe and the Aryan race, this ideology remains the most politically potent form of identity in Iran. Akhundzadeh and Kermani's nationalist reading of Iranian history has been drilled into the minds of Iranians since its adoption by the Pahlavi state in the early 20th century. Spread through mass schooling, historical narratives, and official statements of support, their ideological perspective has come to define Iranian culture and domestic and foreign policy. Zia Ebrahimi follows the development of dislocative nationalism through a range of cultural and historical materials, and he captures its incorporation of European ideas about Iranian history, the Aryan race, and a primordial nation. His work emphasizes the agency of Iranian intellectuals in translating European ideas for Iranian audiences, impressing Western conceptions of race onto Iranian identity. So yeah, that basically sums it up. It's very true. I guess Dimitri's still gone. But yeah, you can see how like this idea is like, it's been globalized. It's even like you see people from Iran adopting, and really like no culture has contributed more to, like, if you want to talk about like Islamic civilization, obviously like there's no like homogenous one Islamic civilization, but in terms of like the history of Islam as like a human and historical phenomenon, to use like Shahab Ahmed's term, like there like no like region, no like people has contributed more to that than Persians. Like I mean, in recent episodes we were talking about like the Umayyads and stuff. Like you can go back and look at the Qusayr Amr, like their palace, right? I think it's Qusayr Amra. Amra, which is it's an Umayyad palace. And there's like frescoes in there, like very Greco-Roman style frescoes, like the Byzantine art style, and you could really see like, well, the Umayyads, like they were very much Arab, probably the most Arab Muslim dynasty that there ever has been. And if you look at, at like the way that they were like paint, human figures, like very not what you would picture when you imagine Islamic art, right? A lot of Islam as we know it today has its origins in Iran, but there's this kind of desire to disown that. I mean, you even see people saying like Islam took over Iran 47 years ago. Like, Islam has been in Iran for a long time, and again, like in terms of like its like the influence on like the global Muslim world, like I would say that Iran probably has like in terms of like any region, any part of like Islamdom, like it has had like the most influence on like the beliefs and practices, historically speaking, of other Muslims around the world, and like in terms of like what Islam is understood to be in the eyes of Muslims and non-Muslims, probably it would be the Iran. The region that we identify with Iran, Greater Iran, but yeah. I mean, obviously there's some, it's very diverse, but to try to dissociate Iran from Islam is insane.
Yeah, I'm not sure the IOG theory, Islamic occupied government like theory, really holds much water.
No,
given
it doesn't.
The history. Yeah.
Well, with some people they do find it Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
Persuasive for whatever reason.
Yeah. But anyways, well, yeah, we've been going for a couple hours. I think I don't know if we want to
that's fine.
pivot to some Q&As. I guess we'll see what happens in the next like week or so. The ground troops are still amassing, in the in the Persian Gulf area. So it's unclear if they're actually going to try to do like a ground attack, whether it's like an epic raid to steal the uranium that's buried underground, or take Karg Island, or take those like 2 or 3 little islands that the UAE kind of lays claim to. I don't see any good options for like the US empire in terms of like really achieving any of its objectives, but like especially it almost seems like it's a guaranteed massacre if they send anybody in. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to like wiggle their way out of this one, because it seems like they got their foot caught in a bear trap, and there's no good option. Like Iran is resilient. Like it can withstand, like, and not only withstand, it's like you're walking into a trap. They've set it up very well.
Yeah, like they're obviously lying and flailing. Like one thing that's like out of his speech was like huge contradiction in saying like, oh, they want to negotiate, they want a deal, they're begging me to negotiate. Anyway, we're probably gonna bomb all their electrical plants simultaneously.
And
what?
desalination.
That's what you do when you're like someone's trying to negotiate with you. Like what? Like I guess that is what they do, but it's still like very, very strange behavior if you actually want some kind of deal.
Yeah.
Like I guess of course it's
by
a
all
lie.
accounts he's making it up. Yeah, he's making up the fact that he's negotiating at all. So this is all just like weird one-way theater, where he's just like pretending.
Yeah,
it's like
blatantly self-contradictory.
Yeah, like they are certainly not based on all their public statements. They are not begging for shit right now. If anything, it's the other way around. Though I do think
they're too proud to actually like ask or like request anything. It seems like so they just like seem to like double down on like bombing. Like I don't know. I mean, but they're afraid to actually commit what they would have to commit to actually affect a difference.
Because it would be a pretty big,
like a huge ground invasion. It would have to be huge.
Yeah, they've already dropped more bombs than they dropped during the second Gulf War, Operation Iraqi Freedom. I think they've already dropped more, like way more ordnance on Iran, and Iran is still there, still able to shoot missiles, like still able to send drones.
I'm curious about that. Yeah, how much ordnance have they dropped, like relative to other conflicts?
I think they've dropped actually a shockingly large amount, and on top of that, like when you go back and look, like I think we've said it before, like in the Iraq conflicts, like bases weren't in the Persian Gulf weren't getting hit, like aircraft carriers weren't getting swarmed by Iraqi assets or anything like that. Maybe there was a little during the first Gulf War, but they had been so degraded by then. This is just a totally different ball game of like the U.S. didn't have to deal with its like its rear guard bases getting messed up constantly and blown out, and it's like radar tracking systems getting blown out, and soldiers having to move into hotels because the bases weren't safe, like this is all kind of new. Like Iran is shown a capability of kind of sucker punching them in very particular vulnerable spots. That is new. I think I don't think there's any other conflict since maybe Vietnam where there was such a routing there's such a vulnerability. And, I think a lot of it does come down to like, we're using like Cold War, like aircraft carriers, like these, billion-dollar jets, like just like stupid, expensive, outdated shit that is good for certain things. But like these, if you're clever and you think in asymmetrical terms, like Iran has clearly been doing their homework for the last like 20 odd years. And they've developed the Mosaic decentralized defense system, and these cheap drones and the underground missile cities. Like, it's like they have a gigantic aircraft carrier that is just like a gigantic country of land with tunnels underneath of it that have impregnable defenses, ground, mountains, like shit like that. There's no bombs that can break through it. So like, what are we even doing here? Like, why are we even trying to like take over this country? Like, they've impregnated, they've fortified themselves. It's like it's like a castle that you can't storm, like without just losing a bajillion people. Whether he does that or not, I think it's kind of like, it's going to be going to be a strategic, humiliating defeat either way. But is he going to throw thousands of U.S. troops on the Barbie and sacrifice them to Ball, just to like try to prove a desperate point? Or are we going to see the kind of what Operation Eagle Claw Part 2, right? When Jimmy Carter tried to send in the commandos, and then the Huboob just like wiped them out.
Right. This is an interesting take from What is a Model. I think they just want to destabilize the Gulf so they can sell our natural resources to the world. I don't think they care if we're embarrassed and we defeated in the process. That's an interesting take. And Trump has said things like that, like to Europe, like, well, you can either open the strait yourselves or you can buy oil from the United States. We have a lot of it,
Yeah.
So,
maybe they're if that is true, their strategic thinking is truly gone into like a new level of sicko mode, where let's just destroy the world economy, because then that means like China does less well. Like if we can't, it's not if that means they would almost be beyond. Let's just destroy this one country because it like poses a future threat to like our hegemony. It's like, let's start a chain reaction of world destruction and then just like fortify ourselves. And,
I honestly, like after after a month, maybe people will get mad at me. Maybe they'll think like, no, you're not thinking deeply enough. But after a month, I really do think that the one of them, maybe not the most, but like, I get like what emerges like stands out as a very persuasive or a very compelling analysis of like their thinking is that like he really thought that he could do Venezuela, or they thought they could do Venezuela again, and that they could control Iran. And like maybe there was some kind of information that like we're not privy to, like involved, like maybe they got some bad intelligence from Israel. Maybe they got some, like in the negotiations, they thought they would work something out. Maybe something went wrong. I don't know. Like obviously something has gone very wrong. I don't know like what stage, but something has definitely gone wrong for them. But like I think that they did. I mean, Trump even mentioned in his address where he was, or his address, where he was saying, like, I want to thank our amazing military for it. And he used a phrase which was very striking to me. He said, taking the country of Venezuela in, like a matter of minutes or something, right? Like he said, like, we took the country.
Yeah, he's using very like, naked. I mean, I think he said,
or whatever,
like Cuba's next, we're taking it. Like he's using the very naked power language that, not even trying to put a little gloss of like, Wilsonian, we're freeing them from a horrible dictator. Even the kind of shit Marco Rubio would say. Like he's just going pure id, like will to power. We're taking it. And he got. I think a lot of people got really on one after the Maduro raid, but this is not the same, kind of animal. They've been really ready for this, and nobody's.
I mean, yeah, like Netanyahu, unfortunately, like he kind of wins no matter what, because like he basically like doesn't have to commit too much, to like compared to what the U.S. has to commit. Like Israel just doesn't have that much to commit, right? Like if the U.S. were going to do a ground invasion of Iran, which could conceivably happen, I don't know. Like, I mean, Trump was complaining about the patience of the American people and how like we don't have the will. Like he was literally complaining and like insulting the American people and like attacking them for not having like the will to like do a ground invasion of Iran for no reason, just so we can quote unquote take the oil or something. Like when according to himself, we have the oil. We have more oil than we need, and we're going to take over Cuba next or whatever. But so for literally no reason. But
there's something insulting about not even being lied to about like why you should do it. Just like do it, dummy. Like just come on, idiot. Right, like come on, support my stupid war.
But if that were going to happen, like Israel like wouldn't even be involved. Like they don't have an infantry to do that. They just have the Israeli quote unquote defense force. These their occupation force, which is only used against like defenseless children. So they're not going to help the American military invade Iran. Well, they don't have an infantry to do that.
We haven't even talked about Hezbollah and Lebanon, too much in this, but they're getting their licks in big time, and they're coordinating missile strikes with Iran and now Ansarallah, which has joined the conflict. which they have their own escalation ladder that could shut down the Red Sea and then like really put the hurt on everybody. But like Hezbollah is like racking up like KIAs, like they're ambushing, they're luring the IDF and these like Merkava tanks like across the border. It looks like Netanyahu's doing a hasty kind of like trying to do a Gaza thing, I think, to the whole region south of the Litani River and just drive everybody out and then blow everything up. But every time they go in, they get hit with these FPV drones that are attached with like fiber optic cables from the point of launch so they can't be jammed. And just like, hitting one and then another tank comes in to tow it away. And then boom, they like hit the second one,
We
and
can't overstate like how like many people Israel has massacred for no reason in Lebanon. Though.
Thousands.
Like,
Absolutely. They're absolutely going hard. But
it's such an evil state.
It's so
such
evil.
An evil country.
But I think it's showing that like, is even that sustainable for like Israeli society to like, send all these troops into the meat grinder to try to do genocide too. And, getting lit up by these like pretty, still functioning Hezbollah units. I think maybe I don't know if that was a miscalculation. If they thought that they were more degraded, after the last round of fighting. But, honestly, or if they felt like they had, because Hezbollah attacked them after, the Ayatollah was killed. So maybe they felt they had to go for it. When they weren't quite ready.
I was joking about it last time, but like we really do need that's like really should be like the sine qua non of any like political like administration in the United States, like somewhat or political party, political movement or anything in the United States. Like we need like a leader or like a some kind of like political leadership that has the courage to like sanction Israel and like break this alliance, because I mean we were allied with South Africa too. It's gone too far. They haven't even defeated Hamas. They just committed a genocide, and now they want to do it again in Lebanon. And they haven't defeated Hezbollah either. They're not going to. Like they haven't achieved like even close to their like quote unquote objective. They just are like massacring people for no reason, just out of bloodlust. Like we need to like sanction them.
It's a sign of how far gone it is that I'm thinking about like every Democratic candidate in 2028, and I'm like, would they support sanctioning Israel? Like, no. Like all like 28 of them basically down the line. Like, I don't think. Like maybe if it gets so, who knows if the effects of this war will be like so painful economically. I feel like once people's money starts getting fucked with in America, that's when people activate. It's the only thing that activates people, kind of.
I almost think, and the problem is that like anyone who even like took this realized this was true, like would maybe not follow through on it, because I mean the example that I'm going to give kind of reveals that like saying it doesn't necessarily mean actually following through on it. But if I think that you can say the same thing about the Republican primary and Trump's critique of the Iraq War, right? Like that was, I mentioned this a couple times, but like that, I think no one anticipated that, and they were kind of like caught off guard by it. The fact that he was willing to like say that, President Bush was a failure, and like the Iraq War was a terrible idea. I do think that like you might be surprised. I might be wrong, but you might be surprised like if in a Democratic primary. Like
somebody takes that lane.
Someone said, like, I'm going to sanction Israel. Like this is too much. Like they are committing a genocide. Yeah. Like I honestly, like I don't even think that like the candidates that we have right now in the Democratic primary or in the Republican primary are going to even say that. Like that should be like one thing, like say it's a genocide, right?
Right.
I'm not confident that we're even going to have a candidate who will call a genocide.
That's what I mean. I don't think at least any of the people that are being proposed right now as being like, potential candidates, like that already have a profile. I haven't seen them, like get even like Gavin Newsom almost flirted with it for like 5 minutes and then immediately like doubled back and is like, I am a Zionist, I love Israel.
Right,
like
because Ben Shapiro like bullied him into it, right? I think he was bullied into it in an interview with Ben Shapiro of all people.
Yeah. So it's not looking good. And then who is JB Pritzker gonna be? I don't think so. He's flying on Epstein's plane. I don't think so, folks. Josh Shapiro,
definitely
Big
not.
Gretch, like. And then like not AOC. Nope. Fuck no.
Probably not.
No. She'll come up with some like mealy mouth.
Person,
like I
also don't
vote
trust her to. Yeah, she probably
absent
wouldn't even go that
on the
far.
Iron Dome. Like like
But
they
I mean, AOC, even if she did say, yeah, vote absent. Even if she did say it, like I wouldn't necessarily trust AOC.
right.
To
Well,
follow
the
through.
other
I mean, that would be better than the alternative, but still.
the disturbing thing about the example you just provided is that it was Donald Trump who was the brave truth teller that disrupted it, and now he's the one bringing the biggest war, the biggest worst war, an even worse war to us.
Right. That's my point. That saying it doesn't necessarily translate to doing it, but I do think that if you did say it, you might be surprised like that people would. I think people might in the United States might respond to that. There might be political will for it to happen, but the thing is, you can't trust any of these people. Like that's the thing. Even if AOC did say it, you can't trust AOC at all. I couldn't believe her.
That's a deeper problem.
It'd be worth a risk. Like if you're just like comparing her with like the other candidates, then I guess. But still, I doubt she'll even say that. But if she did, then I guess it would be better than nothing. But still, not very confidence inspiring. Definitely a sign to prepare for disappointment. But
I think
they need to be stopped. They basically everything that Trump says about Iran is true of Israel. Like this evil country cannot be allowed to threaten the world anymore. We must but the worst country anyone's ever seen.
The interlocks are so deep that I wonder, everyone's just gonna be doing crisis management of like how do we spin the Israel relationship so that it can keep going on, and it might require a more drastic like falling out or collapse of like just like the entire American like confidence in like the American project as it is currently constituted.
I think that what is a model is absolutely right in the chat. And I felt this many times. It seems like a political slam dunk. Too bad that when it does happen, it will literally be a neo-Nazi. It's so true and it's so sad.
It's the only
you're absolutely right,
way
though.
It's going to be allowed to be
That
said.
is like the only that's where like most of like the political energy it like is like in a sort of like a positive in a neutral sense, right? I'm not saying like I mean like positive terms of like having a substance and being like having any kind of like forward momentum and not just being like, well, I don't want this.
But no, it's like Tucker and Nick Fuentes. Like that's they're building a constituency right now that can like articulate that in like 2028, whereas the Democrats are still or the DSA, whoever, they're all tripping over themselves. People thought it would be Zoran, but he's
about like
apologizing
how
every 5
Jews
seconds.
Are or whatever. Like it's just like, okay, guys. Like,
the left has its own problem with like liberal Zionists, like kind of tone policing and like calling out like anybody that actually is kind of being more vocally anti-Israel and being like, wait a minute, you sound like Nick Fuentes, or something, shit like that.
I understand on some level, like both annoy me. The performative kind of like anti-Semitism annoys me. Also, like the tone policing annoys me. But I think that both need to like focus on the actual issue. Like I think that like at the actual issue of like Israel committing a genocide is like more important than like some fool like saying some stupid shit. I think
exactly. The we need to stop because like some people are using not nice like terms is so let's stop the genocide first.
And focus on this. I think there's more important things to be concerned with. Like
all kind of ways to gum it up.
What I was saying before is that like Israel, like if the United States is to commit to a ground invasion, which like again I can't take off the table, even though I think it does seem like Trump wouldn't do it because he's afraid of how it'll be perceived and he knows it'll be deeply unpopular. And he's just kind of like trying to scare Iran or something like what they seem to be doing, which is like we're just trying to decimate Iran and just like bomb them a lot. I mean, the political fallout from that will only really affect the United States. It seems that Netanyahu so far has been relatively insulated from it. I hope that it were to have consequences. But even if it did, it would be funny. Like it almost could be somebody worse, and if not someone worse, then someone like 99% as bad, 99.9% as bad.
No. I think like, while Netanyahu himself might not be like imminently threatened right now, like because there's still a war ongoing, etc. I do feel like Israel has never been more of like an unstable. It's never been more unstable of a proposition than it is right now in terms of like being a functional society. Like I do think that they're like if this goes on and this gets worse, and especially they're already showing evidence of like rationing their missile defense and showing signs of depletion. And a lot of people, of course, they're going to flee at the first sign of like inconvenience or whatever. Like, kids can't go to school. Like, everyone's like hanging out in the rocket shelters all the time. Like, life is just disrupted. Like, because every day Iran can still, and Hezbollah can still hit them with missiles. And you don't need to like flatten, you don't need to turn like Tel Aviv into a parking lot or whatever. Like, I do wonder, like, it's kind of like with the Gulf states, like, you don't need to flatten them, but like, or if they do this ground invasion or they hit the infrastructure, desalinization plant taken offline, like power plants taken offline, airport bombed, like, at some point, all these people who, especially these people who made Aliyah, like, are they just gonna, hop on that boat and go to Crete and then go back to New Jersey, like, or go back to Europe or whatever because they're all dual citizens? Like, can you make it just like uncomfortable enough, like, to that I mean, you're definitely gonna have people that are like the true believer, like the settlers and like the real like Zio-fascists that will probably could very well like fight to the death or whatever. But it's a tiny country, and like, yeah, they're backstopped by America, but like, how long can you go in this kind of like weird autarkic, like emergency military thing while you're also trying to do another genocide in the middle of all this, and you're getting like hit with, you're running out of like your little David Sling and Iron Dome missiles, and you're getting infrastructure's getting hit, neighborhoods are getting fucked up, and like everyone's like fleeing at the first opportunity because you're a friar if you don't flee. Like, what am I? I'm not a friar. You know what I mean? Like,
it will have to be like a function of, it had to be a function of like kind of the like lack of willingness and kind of like the softness. Basically, like you're talking about, it has to be like the softness of the Israeli people and like what you said about the size of Israel. Because like
these suburban assholes
like,
are gonna like run away. Like, before Iran runs away, like they're not gonna run away. It's their, like they're fighting for everything. And I mean, I guess in a way, like Israel, like that on a certain level,
they certainly see themselves as doing that.
They do, but like in a very like, like I think some of them would, a lot of them would just kind of like flee back to like a place where there isn't a war. If like, if it just gets if it just keeps grinding like this.
Certainly that's more of a factor in Israel than it is in Iran. I mean, like they are like unleashing hell like on Tehran, and like it's like you can't like downplay that. Like, that's part of what's like so abominable about this.
They blew up a bridge today. They blew up the biggest bridge.
Cultural sites.
Yeah.
Like, it's disgusting. And like, so in that sense, it's kind of like, well, like there's a little bit of an asymmetry there, but it might be counterbalanced by the relative size of Iran, the relative population, and also like just what Iranians are willing to endure, and for as the case may be forced to endure, or have been forced to endure in the past, versus what like Israelis are used to, which is like living like an American,
living in an armed gated community. Living like an American, and like when the gated community is no longer safe, then I think some of them are gonna become rabid dogs and fight to the death, but some of them are gonna hop on the next plane or the next boat to Cyprus or whatever and get the fuck out of there, as many of them have already done, and a lot of them won't come back. Israel's always been obsessed with like, that's why they do all the birthright trips. Like, they want to get people they want to like lure Jews from around the world. They want to psyop them into like going to Israel, and I think that's really dropped off. I'm sure there have been some psychos who have moved there after October 7th, but I think like it's probably dropped off pretty considerably. And I think especially now, I can't think of anybody being like, wow, amazing society, I want to move here. Like, it's it's just not looking good for them. I mean, there's still like, it's like half the population is Jewish, but like half the total population is still Palestinian, so like they need to keep it up. They need to keep going. They need to keep doing genocide, keep bringing in immigrants, and like keep like ethnically cleansing the area, which is like a kind of a long, you can only speed that up so much, and if that starts to turn away from their favor and then become a beleaguered minority, then it really does start to line up more with like apartheid South Africa, where it's kind of the main difference is like way more like Jewish Israelis comprise like 50% of the population, as opposed to like the whites the Afrikaners in South Africa, which I don't know what percentage they were, but I assume was like they were like a distinct minority that was ruling over everybody, right? So maybe the Israelis are able to hang on.
That's
a little more.
kind of the purpose of like the genocide and like in addition to the apartheid, they have to, as they put it, mow the lawn. And also have this continual kind of like aliyah and immigration.
But there are challenges there, and so I'm not. I don't want to get too like like Israel, they're going down, like they're done or whatever. But like I think it's a risk, and like Iran
in the long term, it's definitely a possibility. It's not. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. To use Netanyahu's term, I don't think it's going to happen next Thursday. But I think it could.
Especially
happen.
if they make it so clear to everybody that like they're trying to do this like greater Israel shit. Didn't Netanyahu say something about like kind of reference to like greater Israel? Like this is a generational opportunity for us to like expand Israel.
Something. Yeah, like
everyone's looking around. They're going to keep gobbling up all the land, and like.
I think the decisive factor will be like they need to lose the United States. Yeah. Like this is like a huge testament to like this is a huge testament to like like the commitment of the United States to Israel and like the certainly like whether you want to say like Israel dragged the US into this, like it might be more complex than that, but it would not have happened without the factor of Israel. I think we could say confidently that like if it were not for Israel, this would not have happened. Whether it was the only factor or not, I think it was a decisive factor.
And and Israel wouldn't be the mass murdering mad dog that it is without like the extensive backing of like the U.S. empire. And it's like it's deep relationship with the if the U.S. empire did for some reason cut it off, like it would have to change its tune very quickly. It would be in big trouble, and
that needs to happen.
They push it to the brink of like, like how much more are U.S. politicians supposed to like humiliate themselves to like pretend these guys are just like great and they're our friends, like, that they are pushing it to the breaking point where, they still like infiltrated our institutions or enmeshed themselves so much that there's kind of like they've blurred the line between American and Israeli so well that most people that get into politics and have careers in it like just sort of view them as like an extension of the United States. And
well, be careful. Some of the words, some of the phrasing. No, but, I get what you're saying. Like they've infiltrated so much, that they've confused the concept of American Israeli. But no, it is true. Like I was just joking.
No, I mean,
I know.
Yeah, if you look at what AIPAC has done,
No, I mean, it is true that like people perceive, and certainly people in power perceive. Israel and the United States to have like basically identical interests, and like it certainly is true that like there are like those who have like for whatever reason, I mean, as Trump recently said, like there are just to do lip service to this, there are some Christians who like love Israel more than Jews do, right? Like referring to the kind of a Christian Zionist, right? But of course.
Oh, them too. I mean, I include them as kind of part of the big project as well. The Christian Zionists, insinuating themselves maybe is a more precise term. But like,
I mean, it is like definitely a thing that like, I mean, Jews are like a like somewhat like size, they're small minority. Certainly they're in the world a very small minority compared to like Muslims, but in the United States it's different. In the US, like, it's Jews are, I think
there are more Jews, like 2%.
Like that, there definitely are more Jews. I think there's almost twice as much. Maybe that calculus is changing a little bit, but like it's certainly like Jewish institutions in the U.S. like have, I think we said this before, like deeply been like captured by, or I don't even want to say captured, like they, are deeply committed to the ideology of Zionism, and like a connection with Israel is like almost mandatory, to be like a practicing, observant, like a Jew, or even like sort of culturally rooted Jew. Like Israel is like a giant part of that, like a commitment to Israel and its necessity, even though like, it's like this deeply seated ideological thing. And like, it's not that, this is like, people have gotten or like been like leery of me like saying this before, but it is like there's certainly a phenomenon of like a progressive accept Palestine,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and
A lot of people hate
it's
Trump, but like they're totally love
exactly.
Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is like that's significant
Hmm.
because like it's like a swing where like it's the one thing where like this pretty like influential and like not insignificant group, right? Can
Hmm.
like kind of will always swing on that,
Hmm.
overall. Like 97%, right? Like they
Yeah.
like no matter what, like they'll always be committed to that, right? Whereas like Christian Zionists, like they're going to be right wing fascists no matter what, usually. I can't think of
Right. Right.
any exception, right? So I'd say like 100% of the time. Whereas
Right.
like that group, like they'll oppose like maybe Trump opposing Maduro, but if something touches up against the issue of Israel, it becomes a little bit more complicated. Like, I don't know, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. They.
so that like causes a thing, but that needs to change. Hopefully, it will. There are like some like deeply committed anti-Zionist Jews out there.
Yeah, yeah, a minority,
And
but I think especially in the younger generation, it's I've seen some like I think there was like a New Yorker article last week about like the battle going on in America's synagogues. I mean, I think it's still like tilted towards like heavily towards pro-Zionist, but I think particularly a younger generation of American Jews, similarly to the entire American population. Like if you look at like age categories, like people that are like under like 40 are like way more like anti-Israel and like pro-Palestine across almost all categories than like Gen Xers and boomers. Like boomers just like love Israel. Like they've just been programmed to like love Israel no matter what. Like kind of across like largely across the board. But even that is dropping. Like like you said, like the overall opinion in the United States is now like it's flipped for the first time, where a slightly higher percentage of people are like more sympathetic to Palestinians than to Israel, where it was
Mhm.
always like Israel always had an edge in that, so so things can go in a slightly better direct. Like the ground is shifting in a way that is like long term, I think, positive. But there's still a lot of like work to do because like you said, it's hard to find like a synagogue that is, unless it's one of those like very specific ultra orthodox sects that thinks that like Israel is
Yeah,
like against
right.
like the Torah or something, and like therefore it's like illegitimate, and like I forget what the name of that Jewish group is, but they go to protest sometimes. Besides like those guys are a very specific group. Like you think about there's not a lot of like reform synagogues that are like we condemn Israel, like
Yeah.
none, like they're all hooked in, and it's just like like an assumption that's just like baked in to being a part of like a Jewish congregation is like, well, Israel is good, like we need to support them, and there's decades of effort,
Yeah.
money, influence to like make sure that no stinking anti-Zionist Jews were gonna like be
Yeah.
prominent
There's a
rabbis or anything like that. There was probably a lot of
There's a
like
massive
policing within the
campaign. There's a massive campaign.
community.
I mean, look at what they did in Iraq in the 50s. They were doing like false flag operations to make people, move
Yeah,
to Israel. Like there was a huge attack on like the idea of anti-Zionism within the Jewish community, like very
yeah.
deliberately.
And
But I mean,
I'd say
and
at a
yeah,
certain point, anti-Zionism also became associated with being like communist, like being more communist. That was like the Marxist position, and of course, there were a lot of Jews that were sympathetic to like socialism and Marxism and things like that, especially like the early and mid 20th century. So that was like an extra mark again. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, it's like, what are you, a communist? Were you some fucking like Marxist or something? On top of that, so there was that level of policing as well, where I think in a lot of cases, like if you're like a Marxist Jew, you might not like go to synagogue because like you might not be religious in that way because you're a Marxist, right? So like then the synagogues were kind of left to like more reactionary elements that like consolidated their position as more pro America, pro Israel, like it's pro capitalism, etc. So it was a complicated like a bunch of different factional battles like resulted in ultimately like American Jewish institutions just being like even if they're like liberal on a lot of other issues, they're all pro-Israel.
yeah. I
Like,
mean, I always said, and I'm by the way, I'm super duper allowed to say this. I mean, we just did like a 3-part episode about Lindbergh and like anti-Semitism, or as one major theme. So I think we're super allowed to say this, but I'm doubly allowed to say this because I am like an apostate from being Jewish. Not like really religiously, but I come from a Jewish background.
Half halakhically, half Jewish.
Yeah, but Dimitri, it's a little bit goyish to say half Jewish. I've never heard a Jew say half Jewish. It's just like,
What do you mean? Like you're either all in or all not?
Yeah, you're either Jewish or you're not. I've never heard a Jew say half Jewish. Just to tell you, have you?
I mean, well, I guess it depends. If you have kind of like a very like normal like American like Anglo background on like half, and then you're like Jewish, then it's kind of like the being Jewish like Trump. It's more like ethnically specific. So like Trump's being just like a random like American, you know what I mean? But I don't know. Look at like Lenny Kravitz is like half Jewish, half African American. So like. No,
I would say that he's Jewish and African American.
Both and kind of both.
Yeah,
and.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I would never say that someone was half Jewish. I don't know if that's like just a result of like being around Jews and like not like coming across that phrase. But I would never.
It's like half being anything.
Someone was half Jewish.
It's like half being
not.
Anything, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why you couldn't be half that. I mean, I get in the sense of like. It's like, like maybe because you mean like in a kind of like racist context of like you're going to be like considered like Jewish if you're like if one parent of yours is Jewish, you're going to be like considered Jewish. Just like if you're like if you're half black, like you're going to be considered African American. Like you're
kind of
like Obama is black, but like he's half white, but like he's.
Yeah. You could maybe it's similar to like maybe people don't say half black so much either. I don't know.
Or like like it's I don't know. Like like Prince Harry's like child who's like that's where I'd be like if Prince Harry's child like went around and was just like, look, as a black man in America, blah 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 blah. I'd be like, hold on, dog. Like I'm sorry, but like you're the other half is like your British royalty. So like if like you come from like a very high society like background on like the half that isn't Jewish, then I feel like to say you're just Jewish is kind of like, let's say you're like a high WASP and then you're half technically like Jewish, like, and you run around and you're just like, I'm Jewish, like it's like you're a WASP also, so like the half just denotes that you're something else as well, right? Like
I guess, but I don't know. I think like it's I don't know. It's like a weird like hedge. I think that you can be like Jewish. You don't have to always say you're half Jewish if you're a WASP. Like people can still know. You can still say this person's a WASP or whatever. Like criticize.
You're also a WASP.
It doesn't.
You're fully
like
a WASP and
WASP
fully Jewish.
Background. And like also like there are WASPs who like are I guess like if you're Jewish, then I'm probably not like a WASP because you're probably not a Protestant. I guess you'd be of WASP heritage. But like it's a like a little bit it's a little bit complicated, I guess, if you're Jewish. You can't. I'm not sure if you can be Jewish and a WASP. I guess then maybe.
The historically
WASP is also kind of an ethno-religious identity in a certain way.
In a way, yeah. Even though they're sometimes like Jews, like they have an affiliation, but like they're not particularly like religious. Like they don't like go to church all the time. If they're like Episcopalian or something, it's like kind of like be sometimes like a secular Reform Jew might like they identify as Jewish, but like they don't like participate in the religious rituals or like go to temple every week and things like that.
Right.
But they still
I mean, obviously it's very complicated, like identity thing. But I feel like WASP is like similar in a certain way. Where I mean, for instance, the another example of like how Judaism is thought of like is that like I have like renowned like even if I and this is kind of what I was getting at, like if I didn't believe in God, if I were an atheist, or something. But like I identified as Jewish, then I could like go take a Palestinian's house in the West Bank or in Gaza, right? But because I practice a non-Jewish religion, I've like renounced my claim.
I see. You're like disqualified.
I'm just
I guess in the eyes of the Israelis, I don't know if they have like a one-drop law, or something like that. But like you don't have to be like 100%. Like Jewish to like
you certainly don't have to be 100% Jewish,
right?
And also I think by halachic law you are 100% Jewish as long as your mom is Jewish. That's like kind of how it works. It's matrilineal, but like there's not like an idea that you're less unless your dad is Jewish, in which case by some people, and like your mom isn't, in which case by some rules you wouldn't be Jewish at all. You'd be 100% not. But but like it's kind of, it shows like the weirdness of it, where it's like, okay, like, you know, and like the sort of the complexity of the identity and like the ethno-religious dimension to it, where it's like, okay, like even if you don't like believe in these rituals at all, but you just have like some kind of vague connection to your Jewish identity, you still like get to participate in this great project of like murdering people and being evil and taking their houses. Yeah. But, you know, not that of course I would do that because, you know, my religion repudiates that, but and they repudiate my religion, as they should. But you know, it so it's but like, my point was that like if you go to a synagogue, like, and I like know this because I grew up, you know, around Jews to an extent, and like you know people involved in Jewish institutions. Like if you go to a synagogue and like you say like you don't believe in God, like that's like, okay, all right, like, well, you know, welcome, blah blah blah. But if you're like oppose Israel, it's a much bigger issue.
That's, you know? That's fighting words.
Yeah. Or if you like teach in Hebrew school and you want to use like the diversity of all the different ways to be Jewish or something. Someone told me this, like, you know, that like they you know, you can teach all different ways of expressing Jewish identity, but like one of them you can't express is like not being in support of Israel. You know, like that's like not part of the curriculum. Yeah. You know, so I never went to any school like that, but
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Last thing I'll say in my defense, isn't the term Mishling like a Yiddish term that is like, that describes exactly what I'm talking about somebody who has like one Jewish parent and one not? I guess that doesn't necessarily mean they're not Jewish. That's
a pejorative legal term used by Nazi Germany to define people with both Jewish and Aryan ancestry.
Okay, I think that I've definitely heard it before. I think it might be one of those things that was like reclaimed as like in a kind of like joking way by like, you know, like Jews in like New York in like the 50s and 60s, where they would joke about somebody's like half, you know, like I've definitely heard Jewish people like use it in kind of like a jokey way before, as like maybe it is sarcastic because it came from like Nazi Germany, so it's like haha. But I guess it's like, yeah, it's funny, it's a Nazi term. Anyways, what about Jack Schlossberg? He's Kennedy's grandson. His father is Jewish.
I mean, his last name is Schloss. Yeah. Oh, his father's Jewish. Well, I think like there's
like, but he's JFK's grandson, so it's like kind of like he's part Jewish. You know, like, you know, it's like JFK. You know, very famously Irish Catholic. You know, that's what I mean. If there's like a superseding, like prominent, like if you're like a DuPont or something, and then it's like, oh, but you're like, you know, one parent is Jewish, and you're like,
well, I don't really even think that, like, you know, it could be the other way around, where like the Jewish side is the prominent family,
I think
and
that's
like the other side is like, you know, less so.
I guess
like,
so. Yeah.
Doesn't really,
I guess maybe
like,
the dynamics
like,
in America,
being Jewish
like,
doesn't necessarily like make you like, you know, but doesn't like it certainly should not like exonerate you from being part of like a prominent influential family. I think actually the opposite might be the case.
I think maybe the opposite too. Yeah, it certainly doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't mean one shouldn't disclose. Or yeah, exactly. But anyways, yeah, because the oldest money, because, you know, Jews in America like came here like later, so like the odds of like old money, it's like probably going to be like WASP like money, and then, you know, you have people that have done well that are like later waves of immigrants, like, you know, in America who are Jewish, who sometimes I feel like the idea of like a Jewish like they might be totally Jewish, but like they live in like, you know, upper Manhattan, and like they have a name that sounds like really waspy. It's like, you know, they'll do like the third and like, you know, like kind of last name, first name kind of stuff. And like, they'll kind of like dress like a wasp, you know, kind of thing. Like that's a kind of a different phenomenon. That's just kind of trying to like, that's kind of like the generalized wasp, like aesthetic becoming like the aesthetic of anybody that's like wants to be at the very top of like society. Like you almost have like no matter what your ethnicity, you have to like waspify yourself a little bit, you know. Maybe it's a little less potent now, but I feel like up at least until like the 80s, that was like, you know, that was the airs you would put on, right? If you wanted to like really, if you want to go to the right private schools and the right Ivy Leagues and stuff. But anyways,
yeah, but like, what if you're like, I don't know, what if you're like a Kushner and like your other, like, what if you're you know, like,
a
you're
Kushner,
like, oh, my
and then
mom's
you marry
Carly
a Trump,
Kloss, and then your dad is, yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
your dad's Jared
Kushner.
Kushner, you know, or like, you know, whoever, like, who married Carly Kloss? Which were the Kushners? I don't know.
The brother.
Yeah. What if you're like, oh, my mom's Carly Kloss. You don't mention that your dad's a Kushner. You know, like that. In that case,
that would be a flip. Yeah, that would be a flip side
worse.
scenario. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Whatever side's more bourgeois is worse. Generally speaking,
your idea is that like you have to be honest about which side is more bourgeois. Like, and
right,
you can't hide.
You can't hide your more bourgeois side by like flagrantly only highlighting like your more like humble like side. You know what I mean?
Which one of my sides would be like less? Because I'm Irish and Jewish, like Eastern European Jewish, and then Irish Catholic.
Right.
So which side?
So I think in your
I'm
case,
claimed by 3 religions.
Yeah. I think in your case, the Irish Catholic it wins the sus battle. But you know, you've talked great. We both talked about our. You know, I think on my side too. Like the Irish Catholic wins the sus battle of like more sus, you know. But Irish Catholics were here longer.
In general, or do you mean like in my specific case?
No, just like our specific
in
cases.
General.
You know, but the Irish Catholics were here longer, and they got caught up in the WASP race like earlier in a lot of cases, you know. But I think it's a case by case scenario. Yeah, it's like if you only highlight like the humble, like I said, it's like Prince Harry. Like if his son grows up and only talks about like his POC experience and like never and like hides from people, it would be pretty hard to do because he's famous.
I
but
think
like
it's almost
if he
impossible,
like hid from people that he's like a British
Meghan Markle,
yeah, he's
like,
a British.
not,
but let's say he's like in college and people don't know what he looks like or something, and then he's just like, yeah, I'm just like, you know, like a regular African American. It's like, okay, well, like, wait a minute, you're also like a prince.
It's a totally different phenomenon from the phenomenon of whether people say half Jewish or not. Like you're talking about like basically someone like disguising their entire identity as like, you know, they're like a member of the royal family and they're pretending they're not. This is like kind of like a early 2000s rom-com now, you know, like that we're talking about. This is like totally separate
it's
from
from the
issue. This
kind
is
of like hiding the Richie Rich
Prince who or something,
right? Like
that,
Princess
you know?
Diaries, yeah,
it's like that. Like,
Joe Millionaire, yeah, it's kind
honestly,
of like Joe Millionaire,
yeah.
Or no, I guess Joe Millionaire was opposite. It was like a guy pretending to be rich, but he was
yeah.
poor. It's like the exact opposite, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just think that could be a movie, especially with like the sort of like racially aware twist of like, you know, his POC lineage from Meghan Markle.
Yeah.
What's the name of the royal baby? What's his name? Alex? Did I make that up? No. What is it? Anthony?
Like Alfie or something? No.
Alfie?
Is it? That's not Alfie. It's Archie.
Archie.
Yeah, it's Archie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that like a royal name?
Archibald?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Has that the name of the royal family? I feel like William. That's like a very kingly name. Harold. I could see that. Probably has been.
Yeah.
You know.
Anyways,
all right.
We should do some Q&As.
We're actually already get to the Q&A.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Haha to those in the chat who said we wouldn't.
Oh, okay. People were mocking us for not. Okay. Yeah.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah,
we're gonna do
pivoting.
at least one question.
We're pivoting right now. Yeah. So all right. So let's go over here to our Q&As from September 2022. The first one is from Zach, and they ask, what's the sus read of Sturgill Simpson? He was in the Navy at a combat information center in JP. I don't know, Japan, I guess. Advocate of LSD, DMT, and other hallucinogens. Great alt-country artist. Yeah.
Did we talk about this before? Like, did you play Sturgill Simpson on the show?
I did, but then we like didn't end up getting to this question, so it was like a weird, needle drop of Sturgill Simpson.
Okay, yeah,
and now we're on YouTube, so I'm afraid to play him because we'll get pulled.
But if you subscribe to the Patreon and listen to a Q&A app at some point that we did in the past, you can hear Sturgill Simpson.
He has some good songs. Yeah, no, I've listened to a bit of Sturgill Simpson, and like he is kind of this like psychedelic alt country, like like, oh, Turtles All the Way Down. Yeah, Turtles All the Way Down is, I think, the one that I played. That is kind of a jokey, kind of psychedelic, weird, esoteric. Yeah. There's a theory that the Earth sits on a giant turtle, and the turtle pulls it through space. He says in an interview I'm reading here. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of gets a little existential, a little funny. He's on that psychedelic tip. He's been around for like a little while. He got pretty big in the 2010s. And you know, I think he's still going around. And I don't know, what's the sus take on him, you know? Like is it that he's like a psychedelics advocate? Yeah, I think there was rumors that he got dishonorably discharged from the Navy for maybe like drug use, maybe even heroin use. But it's a little bit murky. And then he did stints in Japan and Southeast Asia. And then drifted back to Kentucky, taking odd jobs in Lexington and playing gigs. And then finally, with a push from his girlfriend, now wife Sarah, they moved to Nashville. You know, he's kind of like people like him because he's kind of that outlaw country kind of vibe of like he hates like the Nashville like pop country music industry. And
yeah, I do kind of like that. I'm kind of a sucker for that. I kind of like country music like sonically, but you know, obviously, you know, some of the like you can't really get into like the Country Boy Can't Survive or whatever. You know,
there's some good. I've always had a soft spot for that kind of like kind of like weird country, alt country, like hippie, like even like hippie country, like
even like Hank Williams Jr. I kind of like.
Yeah,
like
family. I got rats.
Yeah.
Rats. Yeah. No, I mean like some of it's like a vibe, and like I can appreciate like the songwriting strength of it, like the storytelling kind of aspect. And you know, oftentimes it gets like wielded in like sus ways about like just want to drink my beer, like drive my truck, and then they're trying to tell me a girl can be a boy in school, and I get their name out, and like you know, and it starts spiraling. Exactly. You know, like there's all that sus shit, but but there's ways obviously to do it to not be like
almost like a parody. That was truly amazing. Yeah,
it ain't easy being country in this country these days, you know.
Yeah.
But that, no, I think Sturgill Simpson, you know, also shout out a friend of the show, Dougie Poole, I think is another good example of somebody doing something a little different with country. He had that song Vaping on the Job, which, I think is a good anthem for working people. And, you know, like, yeah, like I think like, I do like that kind of shit. Whether he's sus, I tried to look and see if he's like, affiliated with Maps or like any like that would be where I would expect the susness.
He classified himself as an anarchist.
Yeah.
He acknowledged that he is neurodiverse.
Yeah.
Wow, the lyrics for the song "Make America Fuck Again" specifically references autism and ADHD. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. He references reptile aliens made of light. I think maybe in Turtles All the Way Down. Yeah, he mentions reptoids.
I think I've heard that song before. Yeah.
He mentions reptoids. So you know, I think he's a little bit. Yeah, he's a little. He's got his third eye open a little bit. You know. Yeah, but I haven't like I'm not like super.
Hunter Biden energy.
You think he's got Hunter Biden energy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's how he described himself, I think, or maybe it was the feature on the song "Johnny Blue Skies."
Okay.
I'm just reading the lyrics right now. Learning how to turn ADHD into hyperfocus, getting my heart broke by people I trusted, weaponizing my autism, the shit out of an opus, been coming to terms with my obsolescence, taking ketamine to kill my depression, beats being fogged out on antidepressants. Wait, that reminds me, time to book another session. Epic.
Yeah, I mean, he's. It sounds like he might have been. You know, it sounds like he was kind of into like harder drugs, like real bad one. You know, like Hunter Biden type drugs, and then like kind of flipped over to like the psychedelic end of the spectrum, and kind of went California sober with marijuana, LSD, psilocybin, and DMT. They all changed the way I see. That's a song lyric.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that song before.
Yeah. And you know, I think I
remember thinking that song was a bit cringe. And
well, that's the thing is like, and a lot of this when I'm looking at a lot of his stuff, like a lot of these records kind of came out like in the 2010s, and that was still, you know, kind of more innocent era with like celebrities promoting psychedelics.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
been on Joe Rogan a couple of times.
Yeah.
I bet they have, you know, great conversations. I bet, you know,
I could see
really
the kind of spirit
vibing.
molecule Terrence
Yeah.
McKenna shit. Like he probably fucked with that. Like, you know, we all go through these phases. But I do wonder if his like also his kind of third eye open, joking about reptoids, like maybe a little bit of a anointed mindset. Like if in this year of our Lord 2026, if he also sees a little bit of like the dark side of it now, even with like Joe Rogan and like the Silicon Valley crowd that are like one-shotting themselves.
I mean,
you know,
a lot of people don't. It's kind of hard to like really. I think that like the dark side of it is like it's very hard to explain, and like some people, like, you know, people really don't want to perceive it. So I mean, I wouldn't assume that necessarily, because like, you know, we've talked about this with Symposia, and like it's like it's difficult to get people to like, first of all, it's like a complex thing to like explain, like because like it's hard to kind of like unpack the sort of indoctrination of like it's medicine that's saving everybody's lives or whatever, and like to see kind of the
yeah,
you know, like the different dimensions of it, and the kind
you mean
of
psychedelic
like
skepticism.
yeah,
like
yes,
it's hard
exactly.
yeah.
Yes, it's hard to like convey the like the various dimensions of why like it's sus, like both like the medicalization of it, the capitalization of it, like, and the kind of ideological like complex around it, like the people, like the ideas that like are being promoted, the way that it's been you know, positioned, like these those take a while to explain, and it's hard to like get those kind of nuances past the wall of like this changed my life, like I'm happier now, you know.
Yeah, it's like, don't you want people to be happy on their therapy journey? Like,
Yeah,
just
and it kind of
you know,
psyops
let people
you,
enjoy things.
like literally, like kind of the point of it is to psyop you, sort of. So,
Well,
for
yeah,
good or ill, you know, like it psyops you. I think we can't deny.
dare I say we're running up against the consequences of another like kind of a like like artificial dialectic that's been set up, and like dealing with people that have been negatively polarized by kind of just like across the board, like you know, the kind of like anti-drug chuds of like the late 20th century, the Christian conservatives, the law and order types, the cops, like all these kind of people lined up on one side, and even the government policy, which is very like, you could poke holes in it, that like, oh yeah, LSD and MDMA are like on the same schedule as like heroin, fentanyl, meth, like drugs that kind of like really have no, like, despite what you can say about psychedelics, like these drugs like don't have any like spiritually elevating really thing about them at all, and it like can kill you very quickly, you know. And there's all kinds of things about the irrationality maybe of like the drug policy, and so people fight against that, and then, you know, they're drawn positively to like stories about, you know, and I mean even the therapy thing itself was a kind of entryism of the broader like legalization movement, right? Like they did this very successfully with marijuana, and now marijuana is legal in many states. They, and, you know, not without like totally without justification. Like, yeah, like marijuana can help cancer patients like relieve their nausea, and like there are medical cases where, yeah, it's like it doesn't like affect,
there are medical uses,
you know,
for
it's like
marijuana,
not a lethal drug. It's like relatively natural.
It isn't as bad as like alcohol, like a cancer in our society.
Yeah, for sure. Like you could
we
totally
actually got
make
a
that
question
argument
later on the Q&A about the substance
about
of
weed,
weed,
but
which I'm not sure we'll get to, but like I mean, maybe it pertains somewhat.
Maybe we
like,
could read it and do a 2-for-1 because I don't know, like since we're on the subject.
I'm not maybe we could do like I'm not like you know, like super enthused about like the consequences of like the legalization of weed necessarily, but I think like you know, like I do feel that it has I don't know, I don't love it, but I mean, I'm sure like if you're like a stoner and you love to like smoke weed all the time, like it's nice to be able to access it like much more easily than ever before. So that's probably good, but other than that, like I feel like, I don't know, I'm not sure, and I know people say this about weed, that like it increases your creativity or whatever, but I think weed has certainly become much more sus actually since its legalization. Like
I would agree with that,
the sort
actually.
of like the amplification like of the sort of THC levels, the like just the kind of like mass marketing of it, like delivery weed, like
the carts.
I think like, you know, even like if I were to go back into my like even if I were to go back to my own stoner mindset, you know, because I was a stoner for many years before like renouncing weed and becoming the anti-weed person that I am now. Like I feel like even in like from a stoner perspective, delivery weed, like sort of DoorDash weed, is like not a good thing. It's not like it shouldn't be. It should be harder to acquire weed, I think, just like in order to like ensure like that you like accomplish something in your life. Maybe I don't know. Like I think there certainly is a factor. I mean, there's I can't you think you can deny that sort of demotivating factor of weed. I mean, the way that like someone has put it to me was that weed makes everything interesting, but in reality, not everything is interesting, and not everything is fulfilling or rewarding.
Right.
And that like you can't deny that aspect of weed. That's part of the appeal of it.
Weed can make slop more enjoyable, which is a not a great thing in today's current climate. You almost wonder if like they finally let the weed thing go when they decided that like they're just kind of let America go and like they didn't care anymore. There used to be the kind of this discipline thing of like you need to get onto like the middle class mindset and like go through the pipeline of like, you know, adolescence to adulthood and like get a job, buy a house, like get a mortgage and like all these things. And weed was always kind of, you could, especially because it was like paired with the 60s counterculture, like that would like derail you and demotivate you from like working within like the Fordist economy or something like that. Which, you know, in a certain way, like whether it's because it like opens your mind up to different possibilities or it just like demotivates you and zombifies you, like, and you know, it just like broke the cohesion of like societal norms. But then they kind of like in the 21st century, I think that the value of just like zombifying people like was more important to the ruling class than and also the ability to finally make a bunch of money off it, you know, helped as well. But to kind of like lull people into a trance with their phones.
I think the calculus changed, and there is like a different temperament, you know, like for instance, I never liked alcohol, you know, like I'm not like someone who, even though like there's alcoholism in my family, we're just talking about the Irish Catholic
I can attest
side, right?
this.
Like,
you never liked alcohol.
I was never like a big alcohol fan, you know, even before I was Muslim, right? But I like had much greater difficulty like quitting weed and getting off weed. You know, like, because I like, and there are some people of that temperament. I would say that you, even though you do like drinking, you're definitely of that temperament where you prefer weed. You know, I would say like where, so there's people like that, and I think that like, you know, there are some who are not like, like, you know, and there's also like, I don't know, there's something about weed where, because it has like very different effects from those of alcohol in certain ways, and also because like there is a it's interesting. I mean, partially it is cultural and like historically contingent, but there is something about weed where it's more acceptable to like you know, like smoke weed all the time. You know, like where I remember I like, you know, back when I used to smoke weed, like way back, you know, I was talking to like my now fiance like about you know, the yes, soon this thing is gonna happen, but like inshallah, like in a couple of months. But the like I'm talking about like, you know, my weed use, and I said something like, well, it's not like I'm drinking alcohol. It's like, well, okay, what if you were drinking alcohol as often as you're smoking weed? And I was like, well, yeah, it's a good point. Like I do smoke like,
recording
a lot,
stopped,
you know. It's like, I think, and that's kind of a tendency where like you don't even think about it, you know. I mean, Rakish Tilt has a good point in the chat here. Like, I had incredible spiritually meaningful psychedelic experiences that changed the way I oriented myself to my existential condition, but it became a lifestyle, years spent not agitating and organizing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's true. Like that, like you can't deny that aspect of it.
Well, yeah,
I don't think,
maybe in our episode next week we'll get a little more into that about like weed and its consequences for like radical political organizing when we talk about like Berkeley in the 60s and 70s, because you know that was tried, like the heavy, you know, like association between like weed, like regular weed smoking, even though it was much weaker back then, and like psychedelic drugs, things like that, and like radical revolution. And I'd say like it's not a slam dunk record.
Did you hear the recording stop?
Yeah, I'm dealing with it right now.
People from the chat.
I have to delete something. Yeah, this big old hard drive's always getting full, folks.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think like there's definitely critiques to be made, and in like a nuanced way that isn't just like oh, it's all equally bad, it's all equal. Like you can personally feel that way, it's like cool, but I mean that's why I appreciate groups like Symposia, because they really like confront like the nuances of like
and
people that both
I don't think
believe
it's
in.
I don't think it's all equally bad either. Like I think alcohol is worse, but I think like there's definitely degrees, but it's still bad. Like it's still better.
But the psychedelics, I think people, there are people that can sort of like tolerate them on occasion, and it's like they know how to like do them safely and things like that. Like that's all good. But when we start getting into the kind of like I'm making this my whole lifestyle and I'm promoting it as like the way to like for like all of humanity to heal, and like this therapy paradigm is blah blah blah, like that's when, as we've covered on so many different angles, like that's where it gets a little like starts to get a little sus for me, like the epic claims. And then look at the people that are literally funding that: Peter Thiel, Steve Jurvetson, Elon Musk's brother, all these sicko heirs to like great American fortunes, like and all these like one-shotted vets that have probably killed like 1,000 people. Like, it's Rick Perry. Like, it's at a certain point, you got to like look around at the company you're keeping and be a little bit like, oh, okay. Like there's light and there's dark in this phenomenon. It's not just wow, bliss, love, light. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you're really gonna, try to open your mind up, you gotta like approach it like an adult with like an acknowledgement that like any tool could be used for good purposes or bad purposes. And psychedelics, like whatever good experiences people have had, they can also be, like if kind of handled irresponsibly, and if handled as weapons to like control other people, like like a lot of not great stuff can kind of, people can tumble down weird rabbit holes, and like also like look at Israel. Israel is fried the fuck out on psychedelics. Look at their culture. Like, like people still don't talk about that enough. Like that video that's been going around of like all these different Israeli DJs like playing that like tech house drop of like Trump and like Netanyahu's like speech, like the people of Iran, like we like Israel guy, like, and everyone's just like, yeah,
to show that like there isn't like the idea that this like enlightens you or like improves you like spiritually as a person. It might be enjoyable, right? But a lot of things are enjoyable. It's just a thing, like, you do have to like balance in life, like
recording in progress.
There's a truth to the idea that like one's desires can't always be like just followed, right? Like whatever one like wants and like whatever one like wishes for at any given moment. Sometimes you have to like say no to like what your impulse is, like if you like, for instance, like like I might want to play Civ or something. I might not feel like it, and sometimes it's fine, to decompress and like but on the other hand, like if I just like don't ever say no to that impulse, I'd probably play Civ a lot more and like write a lot less, or like do constructive things a lot less, Like I think it's like it's an important like skill to have, like that kind of discipline, and like eroding that is like I think partially an agenda. Like there is an attack on attention. Like people's ability to like pay attention. AI is part of this too.
Yeah.
Like people's ability to like sit with a text or with any kind of like piece of information and like spend time like interpreting it, like that is like definitely like under attack and on like from various fronts. Griffin in the chat said like weed has been used like it's not a revolutionary drug, but Mexican revolutionaries were well known to smoke weed to decompress in camp. That's another point where like Perhaps, but I bet that weed that they were smoking, like in the Mexican Revolution, was like, can you imagine like how like that weed
THC.
compared to today?
Oh
like,
yeah,
what people are smoking
even
weed
in the
today?
'60s when people were like, "Take a toke, man," it was like 3% weed. It was like baby weed compared to like what they have now, which is why I absolutely concede that since it's been legalized, there's been a very sus like optimization drive to make that government weed just like hit and like destroy your brain in a way that like I don't even want to like mess with some of the stuff that's like out there. Like it's not
I still
fun.
think
it's
that like I mean it might just be that I'm getting older, but I still have, I mean I'll have to live with that for the rest of my life, like wondering like if I like weakened my mind. Like every time I'm like searching for a word, I have to have that thought of like, is it because I smoke so much weed? You know, that might not be true.
I wouldn't beat yourself up too much.
No, I'm saying that might not be true, but like I still always have that thought, which isn't worth it. You know?
But making making the religion out of it, that's where, or the totalizing, it kind of reminds me, this is like sort of related.
And like, they can never be acknowledged, any like negative thing like coming of it. You know what I mean? Like a negative thing can come from anybody. You can like become, for instance, like, like Islam, like you could become like a crazy Muslim. You could get like too into being Muslim and like start like takfiring all your friends. And like, you could like go become like obsessional about it or something, right? Like, and that's like a problem. That's not like totally unknown. That's definitely happened to more than 2 people in history, right? But like, and with psychedelics, like there isn't even a conversation. Like people, this definitely happens to people with psychedelics too. They get too into it, and it becomes a danger to themselves.
Oh, I've met
and,
such
like,
people.
This actually is encouraged.
Yeah, it's absolutely like the
yeah.
people that go down to like Peru and like go off into like the jungle for like 2 weeks to take like 1 million heroic doses, or people that are like journeying all the time or doing ketamine therapy like every day. Like there's absolute ways where it can consume your life in like a very not productive kind of way. And I've never met somebody like that has like a very bright, like a revolutionary mindset, or like a, somebody that's like locked in and like really focused on what the problems are in the world. It always goes in the other direction of like detachment and just like blissed out and kind of unaffected by the problems of the world, which is always like very early on, like, to the extent that I encountered that underground culture, that was like a sticking point for me, even though my thinking wasn't maybe as sharpened back then. But the idea of like, what about evil in the world? Like, what about like, like capitalism and stuff? And it's like, well, it's just an imbalance of like energy or something. It's
exactly.
like, oh, if only the,
like, actually, like I am capitalism, so like really there's a flaw within myself that is causing capitalism to exist. And like if we all just like vibe at a different level, then like capitalism would disappear. Like once you realize that like you are God, then
all is one.
You realize
like,
that it's
really,
all just
we are the
internal work that needs to be done. Yeah. I've seen that type of shit too. Like it's like, oh well, people like did this because like they like I thought this. Like it's I mean, it's not to be again, like there's like an aggressive campaign to like, and I'm not saying that it happens to everybody who does these things. Like there's lots of things that are like relatively benign that have like like negative potential, right? Like like the like driving cars or whatever. So anything, like, but people don't like deny that car accidents happen or something like that. People don't deny that like driving on the road could be dangerous despite like whatever benefits it might have, right? Even if they're like ultimately like, it's good, you should have a car for these purposes or something like that.
That's like a
right?
rational adult way of like addressing the risk of it. It's like acknowledging it, and it's like, okay.
There's that might not be the best example, but there's examples like that, whereas I think they're it's like a serious thing, like, and it can definitely one shot you and you can have like a psychotic break. I'm just saying, like, it can, it can, like, it shouldn't be underappreciated.
Right. I just think about like how many people has it sort of produced like a sharpened revolutionary consciousness in, who went on to do like important things, and how many sus capitalists from Silicon Valley has like the Esalen Institute helped produce, like with it, giving them like psychedelic delusions of grandeur. I feel like it's all plenty of capitalists getting one-shotted and believing they're masters of the universe. Like it worked really well for that. Less so for I don't know, what do you get, the Weather Underground maybe, and a couple like breakaway SDS cults in the early 70s that all ended up like either like ratting out to the feds or getting rolled up or this or that, like not very effective at all, and ended up really just like confusing themselves and like kind of spiraling. But the people that were cold-blooded like evil capitalists, like they seem to have been able to use psychedelics to like optimize them in a very specific, not very enlightened kind of way, like or like kind of like a delusional feedback loop that like helps them like win at business. But like since business is all around like hype and manifestation and like misdirection and lying to people,
I mean,
like,
also, like we talked about in our sus psychedelics episode, like there's instances of people who like, have been obviously like abused through like the use of psychedelics, like to manipulate them. There have been people who like died because like they or killed themselves or like fell into a deep depression because they got to like an ayahuasca journey loop, things like this, like but like it's always like Hamilton Morris's good friend who like died, like and he was very callous about his role in it. But the like these things like are always like it's never attributed to the psychedelics. Like all of their like great like the wonders and the beauty that you're experiencing, that's attributed to the drug.
Yeah.
But like the darkness or like the the horror that like, sometimes is unleashed in the lives of people and their loved ones, that's not like attributed to like the use of the drug ever, which I think is like kind of dishonest. Like this, it is there. And I ultimately think that like in terms of like enlightenment or creativity or whatever, the idea that like this unlocks something that like one can't access without it is not true.
No, it's not true. I mean, I just wanted to bring up, it's sort of like a little tangential to this, but it's interesting. Like, I don't know if you saw that, I think it was Aaron Bastani, the British like Demsoc guy who, a few people made this joke, but like he retweeted one of those like poetry, like Shia Nasheed like events. I don't know. There's a word for them, but like the recitation, like for the guy with like the little book, and he's got like delay microphone, and all these like shirtless guys in black, or like, and he like captioned it like Shia Berghain. And, it's like, it's kind of funny just on like an aesthetic level. But then, people were clapping back and being like, that's so like insulting to like call this like Berghain, whatever. And like, this isn't like a bunch of guys like just doing drugs and like fucking each other. This is like they're reciting, like lines of like Islamic poetry that were like written, after the Battle of Karbala and like have been, performed for over 1,000 years. And it's all about like marshaling like the revolutionary energy to like stand up and be martyrs like Ali and like all these, especially in the context of the war, it's like all this kind of stuff. So like I feel that like, it's like, hey, like take this seriously. Like, and these guys are not on drugs, but like they're having an ecstatic like group ritual experience around music that does, that's what I thought was like my take after both those takes, like maybe like complexifying a little bit, is like, well, on the one hand, you could say, yeah, like don't compare this to Berghain because this is like a religious ritual that's sacred. But I also saw other commenters being like don't insult my Berghain. Like they literally do call it like the church, or the big house, like, which is kind of a slang for prison, which is funny. But it also is like a decommissioned East German communist like power plant, so it also has like the bones of like, the ex-communist, but like people do call it the church, and like people were very sincerely like, don't insult like my church. And I kind of made the point like for like EU like secular libs, like Berghain is like the grand temple of like their religion of no religion in a way, and like the psychedelics are like a sacred sacrament, and like all the things that like like it's a ritual experience, like not exactly in the same way, but like it represents a kind of like a kind of liberation theology, though I would say it's ultimately like deeply compromised by like neoliberalism, and like it is bound to kind of like fail or be like co-opted, like almost analogous to like Iran's like Shia liberation theology. I'm just thinking about these like music festival spaces where, whether through like religious tradition or through psychedelic drugs, people are like grouped together and like channeling all their energy and like entering an ecstatic state. Like there's some kind of like social technology that's kind of like common in all of them. But I don't know, simultaneously I feel like like there is a Western impulse to like look down on something like the Shia, like Nasheed and all these guys, like being like, that looks gay or something, you know, like kind of making light of it and not taking it seriously. But at the same time, they take their version of it very seriously, even though they would be insulted almost if you like literally said it was like a religion, because like they're probably more secular and like not religious in that way. I don't know. It's just kind of like an interesting thing. But
Yeah,
I think people
it's a complex problem where the term religion is like famously like very slippery, but there certainly is some kind of like texture of experience that like it plays a role in religious traditions that also like, and there are like things one can like, again, how do we define religion? It's very difficult, like especially like I think we talked about this before. Like, religion is a term that emerges from within the Christian tradition and then is applied like comparatively to practices of other societies. Like sometimes oppositely and sometimes really not. You know, like it's kind of a sort of. So it's very difficult to kind of say like what religion is in general, because it was never really meant to be a general universal term that can describe multiple things. So that kind of leads to the problem we're talking about. But certainly like we talked about this in the esotericism episode, right? There's like you could compare kind of the cult of the saints with the way people interact with celebrities, like people like Taylor, you know.
Yes, exactly. And so
like collecting their relics and things like that, you know.
And
just like wanting to like touch their hands for 1 second.
Exactly. There's like
having these kind of transcendent experiences.
Yeah, these are like para-religious phenomena, you know? Kind of. Even if secular.
There's something similar. Yeah, but I think like there is something to that for sure. I think. I mean, in terms of like the question was about the historical sussness of weed. I mean, we've read this before in our episode about Rumi and the Feats of the Knowers of God, but I've mentioned it multiple times, and I feel like maybe not everyone has heard it. So this is my favorite quote about weed from this hagiography of Rumi by F. Lackey, which I was really recommending in our whole book list that we did for Tank Magazine. But so this is a little anecdote. It's about Shamsa Tabriz, Rumi's mentor. Likewise, an esteemed person related that one day a group was talking about the prohibition of hashish. Maulana Shamsuddin said, "Our companions become excited by the herb. This is an illusion of the devil. It wouldn't be anything, even if it were an illusion of an angel, much less an illusion of the devil. I wouldn't be satisfied with a real angel, much less the illusion of an angel. So what's the devil then? Not to mention the illusion of the devil. Why don't our companions experience ecstatic delight from the pure, infinite world? Moreover, it affects people in such a way they don't understand anything and they become stupefied." Someone raised the objection, "The prohibition of wine is in the Quran. There's no prohibition of the herb." Shamsuddin replied, "There was a cause for every Quranic verse, and only then did it arrive. As for the herb, people didn't eat it in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, because otherwise he would have ordered them to be killed. Every Quranic verse came down in accordance with a need and came down through a cause for its arrival. When the companions recited the Quran out loud in the messenger's presence, confusion occurred. In the messenger's blessed heart, the Quranic verse arrived. O you who believe, do not raise your voices above the voice of the Prophet." So
it makes
there you
people.
go.
They were on those edibles back then. Damn. So they must have been really messed up.
Well, they would just eat
eating
hashish.
Yeah, I mean, but the eating a hash edible is like can be pretty intense. You know.
Well, doesn't it have to be like treated in some way
to
like activate
you have to like
edible?
cook. Yeah, you have to like cook the oil in some other, like you cook it in butter or something. Like cook the hash in butter and it diffuses into it, and then you can bake it. But like if you get hash is very concentrated, so if you cook something with like too much and you eat an edible that's like way too strong, like you're going to hell in a bucket, like for like 10 hours.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
bad.
not sure if like that is actually how they would consume hashish. Like I think it's I'm not sure if it would be edibles that they might be munching on like the actual substance
Make
itself.
Little hashish bread, like sweets.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I think like I think they might just eat. I'm not sure like how you get high from that, but I'm not sure if it's the same thing as our modern concept of weed edibles. But yeah, I'm not actually an expert on it, but but I just like that because this is like the Mevlevi Sufi order, and the sort of the order of Rumi, who's like has this kind of Deepak Chopra reputation, saying that like weed should get the death penalty.
And I think I think to the extent that people. Yeah, I think it can get a little dicey when people simultaneously are like acting out all of the like performances of a like kind of para-religious ritual by like going to the big house and like taking your 3 MMC or whatever and getting totally zonked out, or going to the Psytrance festival and blah blah blah, but then being like, yeah, like I'm not religious like those like crazy Iranians who are like, but like it's like you kind of are, but like so then be mindful what you're. I would say like respect like the sort of para-religious like power that psychedelics often like supercharge inside of you, because then it also makes you suggestible to kind of like anything spiritual, and it's very easy to slip in some like new age bullshit, you know, or a kind of just like a one-dimensional kind of hedonism as liberation theology. Like everybody could just like you know go and be hedonistic and be like a neoliberal, then like the world would be a perfect place. You know, I think that was like some corners of kind of like the rave culture, like that kind of post Cold War culture in like Europe, to a lesser extent America, kind of, and like California, like the kind of California kind of ideology always kind of like promised that if we could all just like get past our hangups and do psychedelics and like and learn that like hedonism and like worshiping the self and your own human potential is like good, like what you should focus your life on. That could lead down some cul-de-sacs, I would say, spiritually. But anyways,
yeah,
I'm still working out.
I think that's true. I think
thoughts.
like one has to kind of like have a grounding or like a sense of like what one's like intentionality is like directed
Right.
towards, you know.
Oh,
like,
I remember what I was going to say as another like final example to this was I noticed that there have been these events happening in Tokyo called like protest rave. Like it's been an event they've been throwing in, I forget what, you know, one of the popular like tourist areas, but like they kind of throw these like illegal, like big, like, you know, flash mob kind of like raves outside of like the metro station, and that goes on for hours. And you know they're like politically charged. They're like end the war in Iran, like various like left wing. There's a lot of communist, like Japanese communists that are like involved and stuff like that. And I saw like fighting on X where like other like Japanese raver type people were like, this is stupid. Like you guys, like raves are not about like stupid political blah blah blah. Like it's just about the music. Like you guys are being lame. Like blah 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 blah. And you're like getting super like pressed and like pissed off. And then like some of the other people were responding like, yeah, this has always been like a part of the rave culture, like the just enjoy the music man, which I think is a direct like child of like deadhead culture, like the deadhead mindset of like, man, just like trip out. Like it's not about all this, miss me with that bag about old man politics. Like it's just about the music. Like, and they specifically want like a wall between like, you know, and so even if there's like a practiced apolitical nature, I don't know. That means that even apolitical vibes can be like bad when there's like genocides going on, and like you live in the heart of like a bloodthirsty empire. Like apolitical, you know, like lots of Israeli raves are apolitical, aren't they? You know, but like that's not neutral, right? Like what about, you know? So when I think about like maybe there should be more protest raves, or like, you know, people shouldn't leave their politics at the door when they start to like trip and then fill their head with a bunch of like new age mumbo jumbo that doesn't like change the world at all and like just makes you focus on yourself. That feels like a long-term psyop to like de-radicalize people and or funnel them in very like specific directions because of this weird like, you know, you can't bring politics and like music together. Like look at Iran, look at Shia Berghain. They're bringing politics and music together in like an extremely powerful way, and nobody's on drugs, you know, like that. So maybe that's not whether you're on drugs or not. Like maybe there's potential in that or something, you know. Which is funny. That's kind of how the '60s started. Was like we're rocking and rolling to like end the Vietnam War or something like that. But like we've really lost that urge, you know, in our culture. I feel like where it's really like Dixie Chicks, like shut up and sing vibes. Let people enjoy things. Shut up and sing. Don't harsh my vibe with your politics, man. Like, you know, I think that's all like that's bad. That's a bad impulse.
Yeah, I mean, I think DJ Bunny in the chat is also right. he writes, I think that, or he or she writes, I think the nature of underground parties / raves is inherently spiritual, hence its frequent referencing in the music, but it gives partygoers a purpose to chasing a high.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
like I think that is true in a way, and I think that like like there's that's another aspect of the kind of the psychedelics and drugs, where I think like some people like think of it as like it's unlocking spirituality, but I think almost in some ways it's like people people have a spiritual impulse.
Yeah.
Like people want to seek out spirituality. It could take many forms, as we said, right? Like it doesn't necessarily have to be like it can express itself in many different ways. It can be directed towards many different targets. But I think like in some ways, like these drugs can serve to actually I think as Sham said, that anecdote, like it can like kind of derail you from like actually like directing that spiritual energy towards something. And in fact, it can kind of like diffuse it and like stymie it in a way, even though this is like kind of thought of as being like spiritually enlightening or something. This is actually
depends
interesting
on the
too.
context.
The other interesting thing in the chat is from Patrick Christian. I used to work in a testing lab. Quick thing to add regarding THC potency in the past versus now. The hash in the past is just as strong, if not stronger, in terms of raw THC percentage of dried weight. We had archival strains from Balochistan. The THC percentage usually reached 25% on average. The major difference in near GMO weed is the lack of diversity in terpene content. I always had kind of a stoner theory that terpene content played a bigger role than people let on.
Interesting.
That I actually, so maybe I'm being a bit vindicated in this. I always thought that it was, but where the cannabis from the landrace strains had increased diversity and overall terpene content. Interesting. I feel like there is definitely a difference between weed like post legalization and weed in the past. Like even before it was legalized, I didn't really, I had kind of quit weed by the time it was actually legalized where I live. But even once the legalization started to happen in different places, like I definitely did notice vape carts and stuff like that.
I have to say, especially
also
like coming from California, like Northern California, where I grew up, like I think it's definitely worse than it was in like the late 2000s, like when there was medical marijuana in California, but not just retail legal. Like weed was more expensive, but way higher quality, and not just in the sense of like it fucks you up, but like I think probably the terpene content was more, it was probably more. There's probably hydroponic, but like all of it was from like Humboldt, like way far northern California, and like it was, like it's certainly, if you compared the quality of that to like the rest of the country, like the Midwest and the East Coast, it like totally blew it out of the water. But now there's like this kind of like low cost like gas station weed that proliferates everywhere. Not even to mention the carts, which are like a whole nother black box of quality. But LA Times has done investigations that found that like there's all kinds of like sus pesticides and stuff they used on multiple brands, that are marketed now in most of just the retail dispensaries. And it almost like the prices dropped to like almost like a troubling level of like $10 eighth. Like I'm not gonna, it's like buying like a $5 handle of vodka. It's like, this can't be good. You know what I mean? Like this is too cheap. Like this must suck. Like, and then, it's like crap, it's just, it's not good.
I will also say, although, I don't want to counterpose my anecdotal experience to like archival data and the scientific research. It does seem like a Balochistan might be like not the most representative of THC percentage in the past. I feel like they were smoking weed like in Herodotus, and like Herodotus has a story about smoking weed in Balochistan. Maybe that's not exactly the right place, but I do feel like Balochistan is like one of the motherlands of
like Afghanistan,
so I feel like,
Turkey, I would believe that like hashish from hundreds and hundreds of years ago is probably like pretty potent because it is like a concentrated version of like weed.
Yeah, I mean Griffin has a good point. It might not be a Whig history of weed. There might be crests and changes to THC,
steady progress.
I don't know. Yeah, but I do feel like I don't know. I'm still sussed out by the government weed and the transformation of weed with the legalization. But I mean, it also just could be like there are other factors simply than the change in potency, even though whether it's present or not. Like I think partly it has to do with the availability. It has to do with like the sort of destigmatization, which in some cases, like, there's good elements of that. Like there's obviously been like injustices in the legal system with respect to like weed offenses and things like that, right?
Well, the fact that it was
like,
used as a weapon in like a very racialized like mass incarceration, system, drug war kind of thing for like a couple decades, like definitely justifiably polarized people towards being like, we shouldn't like make this a criminal like offense, which I totally agree with. But at the same time, there is a kind of like slopification, like just like smoke weed, smoke that pen, just like 24/7, and just like whatever, man. Like just and because it doesn't kill you like alcohol.
Walking around the street, like I feel like has like a Sodom and Gomorrah vibe, like these days. Like since like just like a decadent like society. Like everyone's like kind of smoking weed. Everyone's kind of like on some kind of drug, like just ambling around like in a haze. Like everything smells like weed everywhere. Just kind of like, God, like what is going on? Like we're
But watch out. The ruling class lets us have something. There's probably an ulterior motive for it. They don't let us have nice things. I think the thing of like, if they legalize weed, there'd be no more war and there'd be no more like racism. Everyone would chill out and stuff. I think that's been like proven false.
Yes.
Not quite. We need to do more than that. Like just drugs by themselves is not going to like liberate everybody, even if people personally find like benefit. Just don't turn it into your religion of no religion. That's all I'll say. But thanks to Temperance 333 for the historical sustenance of weed question.
Oh, hey, Temperance 333,
which we kind of answered. And also,
I guess we know that their stance. I mean, I actually do want to do. This is going to be a really controversial episode, but I want to do like a prohibition episode. Like I want to do like a kind of a nuanced take on alcohol prohibition.
It's an interesting thing.
Whatever your stance may be, like I think like there are some nuances to like the sort of narrative like that we've all been fed about prohibition. Like that maybe some of the elements of that are not true. Like anything like that, whether you like it's appealing to you or not. Like anything like that where it's just like this very like convenient pat narrative where it's like, well, like it turned out that it created more crime and more people drank like that,
We might be able to fold that into like our episode in the near future about like the Brian De Palma's The Untouchables and the battle that was waged in like Chicago, like in the kind of like the late years of Prohibition. Because some of the forces that were like really instrumental in like fighting to repeal Prohibition are like politically not who you might expect. Like some of the same people that were like supporting Charles Lindbergh 5 years later were like
totally,
really all about like repealing Prohibition.
The people involved in like the anti-Prohibition leagues were quite sus.
There's sus lords on both sides, honestly. Like
there were some sus lords on both sides. Really, like the sus lords kind of came in, I think, like really once Prohibition kind of started to gain steam. The sus lords, they are fickle and they'll follow the political winds, as we kind of saw with Lindbergh too. Mm-hmm. But like from the moment Prohibition started, like there were sus lords. I mean, the alcohol industry itself is sus. King Alcohol, John Barleycorn, can't trust him. So anyway, I'm not saying that like the narrative of like the failure of Prohibition like has nothing to it. However, I think that like the kind of like your sort of conventional like it was hecking dumb, like it didn't make any sense, like actually like anyway we'll get into it maybe when we do an episode about this. I know it might be controversial, but again there's a nuance to it. As Griffin said, the anti-saloon women's league did have a point, and Prohibition ended the saloons. There were no more saloons. That actually happened. So to say it didn't change anything is wrong. Saloons were a cancer. They were
bad. They were bad for the working class.
Like those Western movies
especially.
where like some drunk ass guy like ambles into a saloon and like is like blasting with like a revolver. Like obviously that's like a stereotype, but like kind of a burlesque of reality. But it's not like such a burlesque. It's not such a distortion. Like was the thing. Like
like the family
going out to these saloons and dying.
Because is spending their whole paycheck on it, like right after they got it, and then their wives and their children wouldn't have any food, that kind of shit. The gambling, like it obviously, Yeah, it was kind of a dark aspect of like earlier American history. Caused a lot of social problems. But
Yes,
anyways,
it
yeah.
was. But like things like putting poison and like rubbing alcohol and stuff like that, so that you would die if you drank
yeah,
it.
yeah.
That was like maybe a little bit overzealous, but and it also wasn't like yeah. Anyway, we can talk about this. We should do
It's
a
complex.
prohibition episode. Yeah. It's complex.
So
But shout out Temperance 333, good name.
Right.
It's a critical support for Temperance League.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to clock. There's a couple other questions here. I feel like since 2022, we addressed a couple of these things. Like a Dark Lake Duck 0093 asked, "Can we have a Sus Antarctica episode?" I feel like we partially probably addressed that in our Miguel Serrano episode to some extent, like Nazi stuff in Antarctica. But it could be interesting to do like just the continent. It's such a mysterious continent. It's covered in ice. What the fuck is under it? Like, we don't know, are there Nazis there? Yeah. And I see there's a Swifty question. I'm just going to step away for one more second and we can, we're running low on time, but maybe we can address one more or something.
We did get a question about have the hosts ever had an experience of the numinous? We got this a couple of times. And I like at that time, like, we've given different answers, but I actually have had an experience with the numinous since since that question was asked. I had a dream of the prophet, which was maybe I told the story on the show before. I can't actually remember, but I had a dream of the prophet in 2023. And the teaching is that if you see the prophet in a dream, like, it is truly him, right? Because nothing can take the form of the prophet, right? If you see, no matter what, like but it was somewhat of an unusual dream, because I saw the prophet like in the form of a cat. I don't like hang out with any cats, people know I have a dog, but I don't really see cats. Like, none of my neighbors have a cat. Like, I don't really interact with cats, so it was very strange. And it was very like distinct and very like lucid and clear dream, like unusual. Like I was in this kind of like this white space, like this sort of like indistinct space, this kind of like almost void like space, but and I saw like this cat. I knew that it was the prophet, like the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he like had this like he had like a black coat with like a white spot, but the white spot like on his like chest was like glowing. And this is strange, but like if you how in dreams you kind of like obviously I wouldn't just see any random cat and say, oh, that must be the prophet, like and when I told some of my Muslim friends this story, they're like, that's a bit weird, but they did agree that like the idea is that if you see the prophet, like that whatever form it is, it's like actually a visitation from him. And in this form, he kind of like nuzzled me, and then he gestured to like 4 other cats that were kind of like sitting in like that looked similar, same kind of like coat pattern, and they were kind of sitting in that sort of like bastet type pose that you see cats kind of take sometimes, like that sort of sitting pose. They're all sitting like kind of like in a row, and like that was like his family, like Fatima, Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. And like I had that like an awareness, and that was it. That was like it was a very short kind of dream, like right before Fajr. I'm just saying it was.
Are you talking me a numinous experience?
Yeah, I'm talking about a numinous experience. Did I tell you the story that I had a dream of the prophet in 2023?
No.
Oh wow. Well, I guess you have to listen to the tape back because yeah, I thought I might have told it to you, but yeah, it's a very like I don't know. Yeah, I believe in it because it was so unusual, and it was so like I don't know like where any of that came from, and I don't know why it would take that like form, like why it would be in that kind of like language or like a symbolism, because it's like I have no idea where that would have come from or why, like, and what it's meant to convey. But yeah, but I did feel like the whole day I was like, damn, like, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that word about it, but I was like, wow, like it definitely like stuck with me. And I don't like obviously I'm constantly reading about Islam, it's like that at the time I was teaching like a course on Islam and all these things, but like and I spent like 7 years like writing a dissertation on Islam, but I never ever had a dream of the Prophet. That's the only time. So it's unusual in that way. So I believe in it. I mean, I guess I'm creedally required to, but it definitely like it didn't have a feeling where it's like like I don't know, a wedge like it did feel like numinous. So yeah, I don't know. Have you had any experience with the numinous since the last time we got this question, Dimitri?
No, yeah, I think we did answer a question like this, like maybe in an earlier Q&A, and I've had a few like weird experiences. I don't think I've ever had like a proper like encounter. Like I've never seen a UFO, or I guess what you would call like a ghost or something like that. I think there was one story I had from high school. I forget if I probably told it this last time, which was like, or the last time we were asked this, which was like freaky in a kind of weird way. Like when I was in high school one day, it was like on a 3-day weekend, and I was hanging out with a couple of my friends, and I got like overtaken with this like this crazy idea to like drive from like the Bay Area to like Reno and like hang out in like Reno and do like a crazy, and I was like admittedly, I know that's cringe, but I was like very into like Hunter Thompson at the time, and like I thought he was such a cool like radical journalist, whatever. And of course, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, it's all about driving from California to Las Vegas, from LA to Las Vegas. So, San Francisco to Reno, whatever. And I was like so like grabbed with like, we have to do this. Like we absolutely, and I like convinced, I like browbeat both my friends into like lying to our parents and like setting up alibis. And then we're going. And then like we went there and just like, I don't know, bopped around like Reno. And then like drove back in like the middle of the night. But like when I got there, I don't know why I had this like I really got to do this like Hunter Thompson like tribute experience like today. Like we must do it. I felt like so and then when I got there, somebody texted me and was like, "Yo, did you hear what happened?" I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Hunter Thompson just killed himself." And it like that was like a moment of like, what the fuck? Like you could say that it's like, oh well, I was a fan of his, so of course it was a 3-day weekend and I'm a fan of his, so like, but like the kind of like sudden, like the idea just sort of like zapped into my head, and I was like, I had to do this, like this is
yeah, I think
I had no idea that he had
stuff. Like I've had experiences like that before where like I think that definitely is a phenomenon that I've noticed in my life. Like where you'll like talk about something or think about something, and then I mean maybe you're like subconsciously picking up on like clues in the environment. I don't know how that would possibly be the case. And like
I read his ESPN blog. That's it. Like that was pretty much it. I don't think he signaled he was going to kill himself.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess like maybe you could say like on some kind of unconscious level he had some kind of like clues or something, but. Yeah, like I've definitely had the experience where like I remember one time I was talking to my mom, like remembering an old classmate who like I hadn't spoken to or thought about like in so many years. I just remember some kind of story about her, and then like like so many like 15 years or something I hadn't talked to her or like really even thought about her, and then like I got a message from her, like that day. It was weird.
There's weird,
like little coincidence things have happened to me.
Yeah. It's always on the margins, but that was one that I always remembered as like weird. And somebody in the chat, thank you for reminding me. Back in our Ouija board episode, I told my personal story of like the one time I played with a Ouija board with my friends in college, and it like basically you can listen to that episode. But long story short, like my friend and I were like had our eyes closed and we're both kind of guiding the little letter selector, and my third friend wrote down
the planchette.
Yeah, the planchette. Thank you. And my friend wrote down just that we wanted to test the Ouija board. So my friend wrote down the name of somebody that he knew personally, but that he was like 100% confident that like we had never met and he had never talked about this person like in front of us before. Like, so there'd be no way we would be able to guess the name. And so we, closed our eyes and started like feeling it. I'm not even sure it's like, is that how you're doing it? But like we would kind of feel, and then we would like stop, and then like open our eyes and see what letter it was on or whatever. And so we went to like slowly it like moved kind of across, and it was like GEORGE, George. And then we like looked up at our third friend, and he was like, he'd like gone white and was like, what the fuck? And he flipped over the paper, and it was George. And it was like somebody he worked with, like at his, job or something that, we some older guy we had like never met or heard of. And we were all just like, okay. And we're like, yeah, I think we're good on the Ouija board after this. Like, we didn't play it anymore after that. But that was like a little bit of a, how do we, like, yeah, I don't know. It was odd. I don't recall anything that would have been like, oh, our friend was like secretly messing with us by like kind of leading us. So being like, oh yeah, you stopped right there on a G. Like he seemed genuinely shocked that we got it. Even Aleister Crowley warned people, don't mess around with the Ouija board. It's powerful, So just beware. So we got that. Spen also asked, is Dimitri a Swiftie? I think this was kind of addressed probably in our esotericism episodes from 2023, which feels a world away from now when Taylor was just on top of the universe.
Even Christina and I have like kind of renounced our Swiftiedom after The Life of a Showgirl.
Really? That did it?
Christina told me she would never publicly identify as a Swiftie again.
Wow.
After that album.
Wow. That was it was I listened through to it. I watched the visualizer videos. It was a confounding or like aesthetic the choice. I don't know. Like I don't know what she was really going for.
That was like when we did esotericism, that was like the gold. Like that was like a time when like after Folklore and Evermore, like there was one brief shining moment, to quote Lunar and Low, where like it you could actually like kind of admit to being a Swiftie like in a not embarrassing way. But like it was kind of embarrassing before that, and it became even more embarrassing with The Life of a Showgirl, and now it's just deeply embarrassing again. And like obviously everyone who listens to the podcast knows that I like Taylor Swift's music, but or have an interest in it.
Yeah.
But it's still like now become mortally embarrassing again after Showgirl. Just an abysmal album. I mean, Christina and I wrote like we put more effort into our review of it than Taylor put into the album. So it's on Substack. It's on Annoying Blondes, Christina's Substack. So everyone should, if you want to know my thoughts on The Life of a Showgirl at extreme length, literally it's 2 parts.
Oh my god!
You can go listen to that.
Well,
not listen to, but read that.
It's rough. I would not identify as a Swiftie. I think I was feeling kind of generous when we did those episodes in 2023 of like, like I think, there's obviously a power, an almost para-religious power that she wielded, and like she does come from a bit of that like country tradition of like strong kind of like storytelling based songwriting, and the fact that she at least co-writes like all of her music, is like, even though it's mostly all Jack Antonoff now, like, I could respect the
last album she stopped working with Jack and only worked with Max Martin.
Oh, honestly, yeah.
And we were all clamoring for her to like move on from Jack, but now I wish she had stuck with Jack.
Max Martin, that was an odd choice. Yeah, and we talked about him more recently too.
She tried to like she wanted to like replicate 1989 because she worked with him for 1989, and like
right.
I mean, compared to like Showgirl, 1989 is a masterpiece. I never was like a big fan of that album. Like, I mean, like Folklore and Evermore were kind of like the Taylor Swift albums that like, we were talking about the Ryan Adams 1989 album, right?
Yeah.
And that like I was saying during the esotericism episode that album kind of expressed like what Swifties like myself feel about her music, that there's something like there, but like in some cases it's like buried, and like or kind of like she feels this obligation to be like a pop star, and so she kind of like ignores like her better influences or her better judgment. And I feel like and so in 1989 he was kind of like when she actually went the opposite direction after Red that she should have gone in, which is kind of in a more like searching folk direction. So what Ryan Adams, like, of course, he's canceled. I disavow him.
Canceled,
but in this case, like what he was trying to do was like sort of like recover that album that like some of us wished we got after Red.
I see.
And then we had to live with 1989 and then
Reputation.
Rep, which Christina liked, but I didn't really like so much. There's some good songs on Rep.
There's some.
But like, Rep got better after in retrospect, I think. But Folklore and Evermore kind of were the albums that we were hoping for, although not like quite there, but like a step in the right direction. And then we had Midnights, which like that was the
Midnights.
I said this before, but like the most shocking thing about Showgirl was that I like how good it made Midnights look. Like I can't believe I ever complained. Yeah, like but Tortured Poets Department, I know you didn't like it so much, but I thought that was the best. I still think it's the best. And it's unbelievable that the same person who wrote TTPD wrote Showgirl. Like I think that she might have just been exhausted by the Eras tour and like she thought she had to put out an album and like who knows, maybe like Travis Kelce does have the world's first contagious traumatic brain injury. I don't know, but like something went wrong.
Yeah. Well, once the Travis era began, and the things have also kind of changed, even just from 2023 to 2024. There's a new crop of like Gen Z, like very optimized Gen Z pop stars that are doing a lot of the things that Taylor, like Sabrina Carpenter, that like have a kind of like somewhat similar appeal, but also their own like fresher kind of vibe. And like she's better at doing just pop because that's what she does. She's not like a country person trying to prove herself in pop. And then like Charlie, honestly, like Charlie also is like in the pop space. Like she is pop, and Taylor just comes, like she doesn't have that kind of like specific kind of riz, and is kind of like a normie, like being with Travis, like she doubled down on being a normie in a lot of ways.
As she said in Clara Bow, which is like one of the great songs from TTPD, like that's one of her, like you have edge. She never, like she knows she doesn't have that like edge. She knows that she's like kind of, but that's like kind of there is a je ne sais quoi about Taylor Swift that like no one else like has. There just simply is. Like it's ineffable, but it is like certainly a thing. Like, but she sometimes like doesn't like realize it, and like she like it's not. I think it has to do with this like fundamental insecurity about. Again, like we analyze this very, very deeply. Part of it is like aging, and like jealousy of like those younger artists. Like there's like many dimensions to it, but like like I mean, I think that like trying to be like Sabrina Carpenter to me is like is a much less interesting artist, and trying to be like Sabrina, especially like as we're approaching 40. Like if you're trying to like that's never gonna succeed. That's an illusion. This is like that kind of thing where like you're chasing an illusion of the devil. Like you're going down a Dajjalic Shaitanic path, like trying to be eternally young, trying to be bejeweled forever. It's like you're like. You're like that's like there's this great fear knowing that like you can't hold on to that forever. You can't be on top of the world forever,
at least not in that way. Like you're always going to get supplanted by like the next generation. All you can do is kind of evolve and have a new era that like acknowledges that like, okay, you're going to be like 40 now, so like what and other pop stars have. I feel like Madonna did it very well for a while and then like took a wrong turn at some point and then was like, actually, I do want to act like I'm young, like forever. And, like I think the results of that have been a little bit like, it could have been a better way to go with that. But it's kind of a sick, twisted system of idol creation. Or like Lady Gaga. Like Lady Gaga, I feel like has a more confident sense of like doing different stuff and like, okay, she's getting older, but like it doesn't seem to like threaten her brand in this way that like Taylor seems more like afraid and like trying like what I mean. Like Lady Gaga just went back to dance music, but she was doing like piano ballads with Tony Bennett for like years and doing acting and stuff, and then kind of circled back around to doing like club music. I mean, but you could see her easily.
At first I was like, I could see like Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift like having a relationship. Like why the hell not? Like I don't really know. Like but after listening to Showgirl and like, doing that like long review with Christina, like I do feel like their relationship is doomed. Like he is fundamentally a rebound. Like their relationship is doomed. Either their relationship is doomed or like her
career
like
is
entire like society, like her entire like mental state, and like her career is doomed, or something, like or like her soul is doomed, because like there's no way that like that relationship is going to like, it is such a rebound. Like first of all, like Tortured Poets Department made it clear that like she was hung up on Maddie Healy for years.
Yeah.
She was with Joe for like 6 years, and then there was Maddie. So it's kind of like, and that like obviously like broke her mentally, and then right after that she's like engaged to Travis. It's doomed. I'm just saying, it's doomed.
It's rough. Yeah, Maddie really did a number, and that would be sad, because all that for like the most mid-millennial like the musical talent I could like think of. Like nothing is more mid to me than like the 1975's music. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he sucks. I hate the 1975.
Like,
I mean, when she first started dating him, like I looked up like best 1975 song, like because I wanted to like know what his music was like, and I was like, this sucks.
Like a very weird like edge in like personality to like edge of music, like imbalance. Like when you see him, he's like,
oh yeah, fuck
you, ghetto gaggers. Like, oh, I'm a fucking whatever, mate.
Oh
like,
right, I
fuck
forgot. I
you.
totally actually blocked that video. I was just thinking about how he was like, he like posted Islamophobic shit on his Twitter, like
oh yeah, like I'm gonna make out with a guy in like Malaysia or something and get arrested to like protest like Islam. Like I don't know, like he's such an edgelord in like interviews and such a tough talk, even though he's like posh.
He would be like a free Iran like person, you know. And then he was like, I you don't want me to comment on Gaza, like I'm just a celebrity or whatever.
But then
like,
his actual music makes like Maroon
sucks.
5 sound edgy. Like it's the most boring, safe like CBS music of all time. And it was like, I don't know, how do you like sleep at night? Like making a career like such boring ass like normie music. And like who listens to the 1975? Like I'm not around enough normies, like soup turbo normies, I guess, that like I don't know what type of person is like.
There's a distinct type of thing with the 1975 where like, Taylor Swift's obviously a phenomenon, and like she almost is so normie that like every like it's ubiquitous. People listen to Taylor Swift. It's like the white like bourgeois millennial white woman music. Whereas like 1975 is like it's a more like niche in a way, but in the same way it's like, who listens to this? Yeah,
who's this for?
Yeah,
like it's not.
The same people listen to 30 Seconds to Mars. That's a good answer.
Oh yeah, another one I've wondered, like, is this all just some kind of like music industry payola, like psyop thing that where like nobody actually supports this band, but they've been like selected?
Yeah, they have Teal funding.
Yeah,
he was a Teal COINTELPRO agent in Taylor's life, and she clocked it like in a subtle way.
Yeah, look who Maddie was hanging out with a few years ago, right? Dime Square.
He's a Teal agent.
Yeah,
he's a Teal agent.
So maybe
he's subsidized. He's like living on the Teal dole.
He's one of these MI6 cultural assets, like the Britpop psyop or whatever.
I mean, we'll see what the future holds. I mean, there could be like we could have Taylor do like her Joni Mitchell like Hydra album. Like, I mean, she's like gonna be like 40 soon. We all are. So
yeah, it's just
it's like the time of like strutting around, and like I remember like I actually was thinking like I might have mentioned this in our write-up of it, but there was an article that we read back in that episode where she said something like when people like get sick of seeing me like in a sequin bodysuit, maybe I'll just retire and I'll go like write for the kids, and I'll just be a studio writer. And I'm like, that is not like an artistic impulse. Like, you shouldn't be writing because people want to see you in a sequin bodysuit. Like, this doesn't have like this is about like your like artistic expression, and like but there is that kind of thing. And I mean, I get it, because like it's almost like in some ways like Taylor is like surprisingly like not as fucked up as you could be by fame. Like you'd think that she would be much more like fucked up than she is, and maybe she's much more fucked up than she appears on the surface. I mean, she certainly is much more fucked up than she appears on the surface, but maybe she's even more fucked up than she appears upon scrutiny. But
I think she's like we talked about, she was kind of protected by like her kind of like wealthy parents who like closely fostered her like early kind of training and development, and like moved with her to like Nashville and
and bought her album a million times so it would chart, things like that.
Yeah. So she was protected in a way that some of like the Disney stars perhaps were like not, but still like a very like cloistered life and like an abnormal life, hard to relate to like regular people, despite being kind of a normie coded.
What is the model in the chat? She's going to convert to Islam and produce the Sheet album. That is like my second wish. Like these are my two big wishes for the future. First one, we need a president, like a radical dark horse candidate who says that they'll sanction Israel and actually does it. And number two, Taylor Swift.
That it will be Taylor Swift after she converts.
Banger Nasheed album. Yeah.
After Taylor converts, she will run for president.
Well, I did compare her to Khomeini in terms of her like charisma and like her ability to mobilize people in her aura.
Seeing Taylor's face in the moon.
Yeah, so I think she could probably get people to see her face in the moon. I think if she converts to Islam,
that's the thing.
Perhaps she could become the supreme leader after the 1979 that we desperately need in America.
It'd be a shame if Taylor goes her entire long career without ever taking a stand on, anything stronger than like Joe Biden 2020.
Girls.
Yeah, like Joe Biden 2020. Like we're entering a rough period where the soul of America is being battled over and also exposed as being rotten. And Taylor could get in on that if she wants to. And say something about it.
The Sheet album will be so banger. I mean, the only thing that has happened is Cat Stevens, but his like albums, his like post conversion, like very Muslim-y albums, like they're not like super great.
There are
some bangers on there.
I get it, but
he has one good song that's like I think it might be called "Seal of the Prophets." I mean, like a lot of what he did was like kind of like kids music, like that's how he marketed it. Like some of it is like obviously I guess all ages, but like there's one banger song, "Seal of the Prophets," which I think is good. "God is the Light." That's a pretty good Yusuf song. But I think we could have gotten. He did like kind of like a rewrite of like a sort of a DOF version of Wild World. But I think there was more. He didn't like truly live to the potential. It could have been better. But that's like the best. I think that's the closest equivalent to that we've ever seen. Like a huge like a huge like American musical celebrity converting to Islam and creating like an Islam focused album that I can think of. There might be some like hip hop examples, but
there's probably some rappers.
None that really come to mind.
I don't know.
There were things like the 5% album by Lord Jabbar.
Oh, okay.
I think it was. Yeah, but I think that he was always like a 5%er, and that was just like
a lot of rappers were like 5%. Kind of influenced
Jamar,
or adjacent, like from the jump. But inshallah. But yeah, I guess we'll stop right there. I guess next Q&A, Lake Radio. I think that's Lake Radio. Yeah, big fan of Lake Radio's music from way back in the day. I was always shocked when they started listening to SJ. But we'll get to your question next time about Charlie Manson. We kind of jumped around a little bit today, but yeah.
I mean, there are some, to Amp Corky, there are some good songs on the Lord Jamar album on the 5% album. You can't deny it.
Yeah, it is a strong zoo. Your like anointed Islamic rap knowledge is actually pretty advanced, I would say.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Who's it? K Rhino.
K Reno, yeah.
Reno.
Yeah, those are some deep cuts. Yeah,
for real. I guess we'll pause there for today. We'll continue to monitor the situation in these next 2 to 3 weeks. It looks like the war is not ending quite yet, but the level of humiliation suffered by the White Empire is yet to be determined. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll do an ep if we need to. But otherwise, we'll be back on patreon.com/subliminaljihad on Monday with our next premium ep. Thank you to the Grotto once again for your valuable questions. And we'll leave it there. Thanks to the chat. And until the next time, Monday, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.